Cheers, cheers. date on there too. Okay. 26.
Okay, it's time to get started. I will call this meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Quorum is established. New business, consider and take appropriate action with respect to the Lawton Water Authority Resolution Number 2024-blank, approving the application for a state-designated ARPA grant in the amount of $2 million for the rehabilitation of Gondola Lake Dam. Rusty.
Yes, Gondola Lake Dam is an overflow spillway just to the south of Lake Latonka Dam. It serves as to slow the water down that comes out of Lake Latonka when we're having a discharge. That dam has been in disrepair for some amount of time. Through the state ARPA designated grants, an application was submitted approximately 2 years ago to get that dam rehabilitation identified. We have hired an engineering firm, Jacobs Engineering, to do the conceptual design of it. We've submitted that to OWRB, who manages the funding for that. It's a low hazard dam. This is the state designated ARPA grant that we applied for, which we have been awarded. This is basically authorization for the chairman and the secretary to execute the documents for the Water Resources Board.
Do you have questions or motion?
Make the motion.
Motion for approval. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Yes. Williams.
Yes.
Warren. Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Water Authority stands adjourned. At this time, I'll call the City Transit Trust to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Harris.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Quorum is established. New business item number 1, consider accepting the Lawton Transit Master Plan, outlining upcoming major changes to transit service in Lawton. Ryan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and trustees. This is really just a formality. This has already gone through kind of the process. We've already had public review on this master plan. It's just kind of getting accepted by the trust.
Council, questions or motions? Motion to accept and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 2, consider approving the annual cooperative agreement and an agreement for limited funding between the City of Lawton and the Transit Trust to provide funds for the operation of a public transit system and authorize the chairman and secretary to execute the same. Ryan.
So these two items are an annual item, or two annual items that are agreed upon between the trust and the City of Lawton for funding to operate the day-to-day operation for LATS.
We have a motion. Motion for approval, a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 3, consider approving a resolution authorizing the chairman to sign a split letter allocating $15,236 in Section 5339 grant funding for the Lawton Area Transit System. Ryan.
So this is actually an adjustment for the allocation to the City of Lawton. There were some funds from Fort Smith that they did not actually want to accept, and so per that, ODOT has actually divvied those funds out, and we get a portion of this. So the $15,000 is extra funds that we can use for capital purchases.
Have a motion?
Move to approve the resolution.
We have a motion for approval. Do I hear a second? We do have a second from Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 4, consider allowing the non-exclusive license agreement with Penn High Investments for the placement and maintenance of bus bench facilities with advertising at locations along the Lawton Area Transit System bus routes to expire. Ryan.
So this is actually a contract between the City Transit Trust and Penn High Investments. This contract has been going on for a little over 20 years, and over the last, I guess, 10 years, it's used a couple of extensions, and in July of this year, it's set to expire. Once this contract does expire, then the City of Lawton or the City Transit Trust would actually own all of the shelters and benches, which would actually generate some more advertising revenue that we can then use for additional shelters, additional bus amenities that we've never actually been able to actually use before. Some of the questions that have been brought up would be, how would we maintain it? Well, currently we actually do kind of the day-to-day maintaining, lawn care, those type of things. But a portion of the advertisement that we bring in would actually be used if we needed to replace or repair any of the shelters or benches. But we would recommend that we would let the contract with Penn High expire, and we would take on those responsibilities going forward.
Questions from council? Questions from council, Mr. Gill?
Well, I think you just answered it. So when it expires, we're going to take it over to the city. Being the city, going to take that over, your maintenance crew.
Transit.
Yes, so it's the city or the trust, I can't remember which one, but so HTG or the contractor would actually do
So
the
we'll
maintaining.
put that out for advertising, which will come into the Transit Authority.
The advertisement,
That money made off the advertising, where will it go?
that would actually be used to go after federal grants. So additional amenities, it can be used for other capital items, bus purchases, those type of
Oh,
things.
that's fine. What's the oversight, though? I'm asking, who's going to have the oversight of that money?
Right
branch
now, the contractor actually holds the funds until we use them.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But the contractor will be gone if we let this expire. So who's going to be in charge of the money?
HTG.
That's a transit management company.
Okay.
But as an elected official, you have a right to that at any time.
Yes.
And through the city manager is ultimately responsible to oversee from the staff point of view. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have
Yeah.
another question, Mr. Harris?
Yes, in the, what we got, there's a letter from the city to Penn High Investments, and it states that payments were made all the way through 2019, and it says, however, payments have not been received since for 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, which total $4,800. I talked to one of the members of Penn High Investments, and they just wanted to make it clear that up till COVID, they got a notice every year, a letter every year advising or asking for the payment. And when COVID started, that stopped. And even though they made a couple phone calls, they were told, well, we'll get back to you, and nobody ever got back to them. They are more than willing to make that payment to bring us up to date. But they did also express that they are not willing, or not, they do not want to extend the contract. So they're good with what we're
They
doing
do
today.
not want to extend the contract, and the city manager heard what you said about the notification. I'm sure he will act on that. Are there other questions? Is there a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion to accept and a second by Mr. Harris. Discussion or debate? Please vote. 7-0 passes. Is there a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Gill,
Yes.
Hampton, Uyghur, Williams,
Yes.
Warren, Hankins, Harris.
Yes.
Okay, now I will call the regular scheduled meeting of the City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Corvette Terry Marsh and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor Corvette.
Let's pray. Father, I recall the words that you spoke to Solomon when the temple was being dedicated in 2 Chronicles chapter 7. And you said that if your people who are called by your name, if we'll humble ourselves and pray and turn from our sin and seek your face, that because of that, then you would heal our land and forgive our sins. So today, I'm praying that you would raise up legions of people here in Lawton who believe in you, including people on the council and people who implement the decisions of the council, and especially, Father, including all of us who live here and enjoy the benefits of this community, that we would be that kind of people, that we would humble ourselves, that we would pray to you and to seek your face and turn from our sin, and that because of that, this town would be much more blessed. And so we ask you for forgiveness when we fail. And I pray that you would help each of us not be so arrogant as to think that we don't need to be humble, because all of us do, and we need to be. In Christ we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. And that brings up proclamation, Citizen of the Month, Patty Nyworth. Hey, there's Patty right on the front row. If you'll join me down front.
You're going to cheat and ring it up. Here they come.
I forgot to call the roll, so we're going to call the roll.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Hankins. Harris. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
All right. We like Citizens of the Month, don't we? And Patty does everything. I'm not sure there's a page long enough to cover everything Patty. As a matter of fact, we got an envelope with our Philharmonic tickets in it when we got here today. Always working, always on the move. Whereas Patty Nyworth has shown exceptional dedication and service to Lawton, Oklahoma community and its education system. And whereas Patty Nyworth has joined the Lawton Public School Board of Education after a 10-year absence, having previously served for 15 years, including 3 terms as president. She's the OSSBA District 11 Director, honored with OSSBA All-State School Board membership and the National School Board Association Distinguished Service Award. Look at you. She began as a parent volunteer and has led key initiatives such as the LPS Joint Task Force on Libraries and the district's equity study ensuring equal opportunities for all citizens. Whereas Patty Nyworth has served as past state director for the Oklahoma Academic Decathlon and contributed to the United States Academic Decathlon State Directors Association. And whereas Patty Nyworth remains actively involved in community activities, including the AIM Mentorship Program, Habitat for Humanity, the Lawton Public Library Board as president, and Friends of the Library as treasurer and past president, as well as being involved in the Lawton Community Theater as treasurer and past president. Ms. Nyworth is also involved in the community through her service with the Little Chapel of Lawton, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, the Lawton Book and Play Board, and PEO. Whereas Ms. Nyworth's past activities include involvement with the Lawton Chamber of Commerce Board and Education Task Force, the Comanche County Multidisciplinary Team, the Boulevard of Lights, boy, that takes us back, doesn't it? The Leadership Lawton Board, the American Cancer Society, Junior Lane, CASA, Campfire, Boy Scouts, Oklahoma Education Enhancement Foundation, and Lawton Redistricting Commission. I'm pausing for a minute because I don't remember reading the Philharmonic. Did I read that? Oh, so we didn't put that because but it wasn't always. It wasn't always. And you got that because you were a good volunteer, right? Whereas on behalf of the City Council, I want to express my sincere appreciation to to Miss Patty Nyworth on her many contributions to the Lawton educational institutions and the Lawton community at large. And therefore, I do proclaim Patty Nyworth as Citizen of the Month for June 2024 on behalf of the City of Lawton. Thank you for setting an inspirational example for others to emulate and for rising to the highest level of some kind of wonderful. Let's give her a big round of applause. All right, take your time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now this is dangerous, handing you a microphone.
Volunteer. No. If we want Lawton to continue to get better, and we do, when we've been working on that, we need our volunteers. That's what makes this city run. And we went to the aquarium this morning with the school camp that you helped fund, City of Lawton. And 4 busloads of little kids are out there. It was amazing. So please, please continue to support your community.
Thank you, Patty. Now, does somebody want to speak on behalf? Are you speaking on behalf of the Mayor's Commission?
Well, the City of Lawton, we have some great volunteers, and sometimes they do not want to be recognized. But if you know someone, you know what they're doing, and they're laboring, somebody 50 hours a week, 20 hours a week, will you please submit an application to them for the Mayor's Commission? Also, we have some vacancies in Ward 1 and some Eastern at Large vacancies. So if you feel like that you can bring something to Lawton to help the city better, see about joining the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Alberti. Thank you, Patty. We're proud of you. And thank you to the Mayor's Commission for all you do, too. Okay, now we have presentation, Community Services Department video.
Hi, how can I help you? So I'm the Community Services Director, and I am over the Building Division, which houses all of our licensing and permitting areas, as well as all of our inspectors who do the building inspections. I'm also over Neighborhood Services and the Housing and Community Development area, which is the one that goes out and helps citizens in need who have issues with exterior home repairs or whole home remodels if they meet the income and requirements set by HUD. So the True North culture statement is very important. In our office, we really strive to be open to the public and open for business. We really want new businesses to come in. We're willing to help all the citizens and find their way to yes, so that they have the easiest time doing the remodels or opening a business that we can help them with. So we've issued over 1,500 permits since July 1. And during that time, we also went live with a brand new system. We have a new system that went live in October called Tyler Technologies. It's our online portal. Everything's done online. All the submittals are done online now. And we're at 99.9% getting permits issued within 30 days, which was a goal set to us by council back in July. We do have a kiosk set up here at City Hall, so if you have problems getting online at your house, all of the admins up front are trained, and they can sit down and actually walk you through the steps to submit permits and business licenses.
Okay, so typically with the portal, citizens will call us, they'll ask us how to log in, how to get started, how to apply. We actually have set up our own accounts for the portal so that if someone says, hey, this is the specific application I'm filling out, we can walk them through specifically step by step and see what screen they're on and how to direct them through it. With the kiosk, we'll actually go around and walk through each step of the enrolling, setting up the accounts, scanning in the plans, all of that stuff. So typically, if anybody has any questions, they can call us, they can email us. We're happy to talk to people in person as well. Some people have asked me, like, can I still come in? Can I still come in to pay the fees? Can I still come in to bring the plans? If somebody's having issues uploading plans, this is what we get the most. They can bring them in and we can help them scan it, or they can email them to us. So we just try to help in as many mediums as we can find. Hey, thanks for coming. Have a good day. Hi, how can I help you?
Okay, and what that was all about was this department has made so many changes. Has it been about a year, John? And in 1 year, they've gone from probably taking 90 days to get permits issued to 30. And in 30 days, in the last year, they've had 1,500 permits, and only 6 took more than 30 days. Now, what's important about that number? It beats Norman. That's what's important about it, because we were comparing to Norman, using Norman as an example. These guys went and studied what was going on up there. They came back and made some changes, and in 1 year, they're beating the people that they were basically set up against. So I appreciate what this department's doing. They continue. They've made improvements even since this. That portal's now live, right? And so I think what we need to do is all give them appreciation, and I'm going to stand up and appreciate it. A great True North example. Thank you, guys. And I asked for the whole department to be here because I wanted to lift you all up. Thank you for what you do. God bless you. Okay, and with that, we move on to the reports by the mayor and city council. We're going to start with our new colonel down there, Colonel Baird, and he's got some announcements for us.
Sir, thank you, and for the city council, thank you very much. Just real quick, first I want to say thanks. We're really excited about this weekend with Freedom Fest. Very happy to participate, so I appreciate that and the invite. We also want to extend an invitation to Lawton and the surrounding communities. On the 4th of July, Fort Sill is hosting a salute to the nation. So we encourage folks, if you want to show up, 1700, 5 p.m., sorry. 5 p.m., it's all military stuff, right? 5 p.m. at the old post quarters, so where the Sherman House is, and the old quadrangle there. And then at 1800, 6 o'clock in the evening, sorry, we're going to do the salute to the nation. So it's going to be the 1812 Overture, all 50 flags. There's going to be some really great stuff there. There's a couple food trucks, some other food, some games. What we ask though is BYOC, bring your own chair, right? So there's be a lot of folks there. So we just want to extend that invite. So it's been a while since we've done something like this, I believe, and so it'll be a great event. So I really appreciate it, and thanks for the time.
Okay, and that'll be a great event at Fort Sill, and of course you guys will be, and we've already talked, you're speaking at the Freedom Festival, and you're wearing civilian clothes, and I'll have shorts on that day too, so we'll show our legs off. But I want to tell you, if you're not wearing this pin when you come, you will be fined. Okay?
Challenge accepted.
So I'm going to give you this pin right now, and I put it on. All right, Ward 8, no, 7?
Yes, Mayor. Just like to reiterate, there's, for Ward 7, we'll be doing a project starting July the 13th through August the 13th in the Lawton View area, in which we have some volunteers coming together to help paint some of the citizens' homes, mow some of the lawns, and I'm trying to think what that third thing is. Anyway, starting July the 13th. We do already have some volunteers, and we can use some more volunteers. Some of the masons will be helping us, and then some of the citizens just within that area. Also, so if you're interested, you can call Miss Addie Smith. Her number is 405-924-8654, or either you can email me at ward7@lawtonok.gov, or call me at 580-284-4530. And this morning I had opportunity to spend time with the 74th Korean War Memorial event at the Emma Thomas Park. It was a great event. I just want to thank Mayor Booker for the proclamation that was given to him. And also, I had opportunity to be the speaker. And just let us not forget for what the veterans have done. And because of what they've done, we do have our freedom. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Uyghur. Okay, Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. As always, the farmer's market, I got some sweet corn there that just dazed me. That stuff was delicious. Fresh vegetables, fresh vegetables. As I get older, I know that's important. I just want to encourage everybody. On Tuesday evenings, they eat there at the farmer's market. Go and get you something to eat. Good to socialize with the rest of the Lawtonians. And very quickly, I wanted to give a shout out. You know, last council meeting, we were discussing bulk trash pickup and some things like that. But in reality, I myself and probably everyone on the council is really thrilled at all the work that's been done to clean up our city. And our city has become a lot cleaner with less trash and moving all of that trash out there. So I want to give a shout out to those that are working out there, Charlotte's crew, all the way to Josh. And I appreciate your compassion towards the citizens that don't understand. We had to educate, Josh and I had to educate a lady this morning. She didn't realize that we changed from Wednesday to Monday, and she was, poor thing was crying and uptight, but kudos to Josh. We were able to deal with things and help them. So good job, guys. I really appreciate it. City Manager, they're under your care. Appreciate it.
Word for it.
Before I give my report, I've just got to say something about the mayor giving the colonel that I Love Lawton pen. It reminds me of the days when I was overseas, and this will only apply to veterans. Overseas, every morning we'd have a briefing by our colonel. First thing he'd do is hold up his dog tags. Everybody got your dog tags on. That's what this Lawton pen is every day. You better have that Lawton pen on. My report is a good one. We're just about to finish up the first 15 roads after the first 10, so that'll give us 25 roads and streets in town redone. Fixing to start another 15 here pretty shortly. Have several others already on the schedule, and we'll try to get another 15, maybe even 50 sometime here this year going. So I hope you're enjoying those new streets. That was Mayor Booker's initiative, 10 wins for the city of Lawton. So I just want to keep bringing this up and reminding people that the city is moving ahead. As the mayor says, more in 24.
All right, Mr. Harris.
All right, following up on that, and Colonel Baird mentioned Freedom Fest this weekend. It's Friday and Saturday this year. Normally it's only been one day, but now it's 2 days. Our Jason's over there hiding out. He's working like crazy. Let me tell you, so Friday night is going to be the big night this year because we have a drone show. And if any of you are America's Got Talent fans, the company that's putting it on is the company that just got the golden buzzer for their drone show on TV. So that's going to be huge, first time ever. There will be fireworks following that as well. Over 40 vendors are going to be there. We have parking set up and shuttles set up. You can call Arts and Humanities if you need further assistance. But I am so looking forward to this. We also have a hot dog eating contest. We have the soapbox derby. We have 20 young citizens that got their soapboxes this week, courtesy of Classic Chevrolet and Comanche Lumber, and the good folks out at Great Plains helped them put those together. So that's awesome. We also have a gurney race, I guess, scheduled. Was kind of a late activity. If you got 5 friends and you want to go out and push a hospital bed around a course for some sort of reward, I'm not sure what that's going to be. It might be free hot dogs, I'm not sure, but that will be an activity that will be this weekend as well. So great time. I think the mayor has promised me we're going to have some kind of wonderful weather, and so come on out. It'll be an awesome time. It continues to get bigger and better. It is the premier Freedom Fest in Oklahoma at this time.
All right, Ms. Hankins? No. Okay, and I do want to give a couple kudos to some council members. First of all, Ms. Hankins presented a couple of awards for me at Fort Sill. I'm getting good reports on how good a job she did, and I they may want her all the time and not me. I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate you doing that. And then today was the Korean War Remembrance Day, as Ms. Williams said. And it was a special day because, if I understood correctly, we're the only Korean War memorial in the state. So that's kind of interesting. But what was even more interesting was the ceremony was done by Koreans. And what you had was a people group that the American soldiers, also the Air Force Marines, I want to leave them out, and the Navy, were involved in defending the freedom of their country. And the people are still meeting annually to appreciate the American warfighter, American soldier. And it's a pretty special thing, because I don't think the American soldier gets the appreciation across the world for all that we do for the world. The government, the American government, yes, but the soldier too needs to be appreciated, and that's what it was. And then Ms. Williams was a guest speaker, did a great job. I really appreciated your speech. And the best part, after it was over, they fed us. Now, sorry, it goes a long ways. All right, with that, we will move to audience participation. Anyone having an item of business to present to the City Council that does not appear on the agenda, please come forward at this time. The mayor and council will receive comments from audience members. Council may recommend to the individual or group as to what action they should take. In essence, to refer the situation to a particular department or person at city offices. Each speaker will have a 3-minute time limit. Each topic will have a 9-minute time limit. And audience participation will be limited to 30 minutes in total. I have several people that have filled out requests to speak. We'll start with DeAndre Gaines. Then Michael Washington will be next. Then we'll go to Carrie Thomas and the Taraco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and the City Council. Many of y'all know who I am. I'm DeAndre Gaines, and I've been teaching STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to 6th graders and 5th graders here in Lawton, Duncan, and the community around us. I am very interested in a proposal to see the parents of these students sometimes do not know much about STEM. And I want to present a proposal to where we take STEM activities to each of the neighborhoods by ward after ward after ward. To give you an example, sir, let's take Mrs. Hankins here, Ward 1. Let's say we spend a week in your ward. We might build rockets for the whole week, and then your ward would go to Elmer Thomas Park and shoot the rocks together. My goal is to try to bring the community together and get to know each other better. And I just stand before you, see, is this something you're interested in, so that we can come back later and present more information to the mayor and the city council? That's why I stand before you.
So thank you. We can't get into big discussion, but we can give you direction.
Yes,
that
sir.
has there's two places to go with that request.
Yes, sir.
One is the Youth and Family Committee. The other is the newly created STEM Board, and through the STEM Consortium.
Okay.
But it doesn't come directly to the council. It has to go through one of those before it gets here. But I do think that there are some other nonprofits that are working on that, could use your help. And you know I'm a DeAndre Gaines fan. I've seen you work with kids. And
Yes, sir.
You're like the Pied Piper.
Yes, sir.
You do a great job. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, now let's go with Michael Washington.
Thank you, Mayor. Distinguished council. I'm sitting here today with the gentleman to my left, Mr. Sterling Bailey, who a couple of weeks ago we spoke about property, real estate belonging to him being illegally taken from him, and we were directed by you, Mayor, to speak to Mr. John Ratliff, city manager, and he in turn had actually scheduled a hearing for actually a time and date for Mr. Sterling and I to visit with him. But come to find out, just on the day of June 21st, when we were supposed to meet him, that someone contacted Mr. Bailey and told him that his situation was a civil matter with respect to his property, and we definitely disagreeing with that at this moment. We're not talking about any civil here. We're talking about a criminal matter with which we're trying to get the city police chief to cause an investigation from his department of the city regarding the illegal taking. Everybody knows in our intelligent minds what larceny means. And this is what we're saying, yes, sir, it's very, very legal, because we're trying to get someone to speak on this man's behalf from the chief of police position to investigate the theft of real estate that rightfully belongs to Mr. Sterling Bailey. We're not talking about civil, we're talking about the violation of Title 21, Section 1701 regarding larceny, which is defined as the taking of personal property accomplished by fraud, stealth, and with the intent to deprive another thereof. That is a criminal statute, okay? But in order to get it investigated, it has to go through the city council, the city manager in turn to ask the chief, who has refused so far to investigate a matter. And if this is the case, he is asking for criminal charges to be filed, if in fact can be found. Now, we're clear on that. It's not a civil matter. We want to get to the chief of police to have someone investigate. Oh, yes, Mr. Sterling, a crime was committed. See the difference? A crime was committed, and thereby now the civil handler is your end. But he's trying to say that he needs that this matter be investigated so that he can have closure himself in knowing that someone in positions of authority believes that he can get solace in knowing that they're taking care of the matter for him. So again, we would like the city manager, again, I believe you're the boss of the chief, and this is what we would like again. Once again, we're not talking about civil, we're talking about possibly criminal charges being brought up on after an investigation, then some referred to the district attorney's office. See what we're getting at? But we have to first get to first base. We haven't gotten there yet. That's where we are. And in closing.
Okay, we got 7 seconds.
Okay, in closing, that's what, sir, so we would like to speak with you again if we can get a minute, and not today, but maybe speak with you later on. Thank y'all for this. It's always a wonderful time. Y'all great, wonderful people. I love this place. Thank you.
And I'm going to refer you to the city attorney because he's got to make a legal determination before politics gets involved.
Okay.
So you get with the city attorney.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that brings up Carrie Thomas. I've got all their addresses right here.
Hello, good afternoon, citizens. All right, Kentucky Fried Chicken is an American fast food chain founded in Salt Lake City, Utah, 1952. As of today, in 150 countries, as of 2024, with 30,000 locations. So why doesn't the United States have not one nickel cobalt in America as of 2024? I'm going to tell you why. The top nickel cobalt in the world is Dominican Republic of Congo. It's a slave labor. Indonesia, Australia, Philippines, none in the United States because it's very dangerous to handle alloy powder and it's smoldering when making. So are we trying to outdo the world for getting jobs versus killing people who work there on a potential hazard of combustible products? It disgusts many citizens. This is being built, Mr. Mayor. You haven't got your boots on the ground in Lawton to listen to your citizens here. And once again, in December 2023, an explosion happened in Indonesia, killing 13 on the spot. Several workers succumbed to their injuries, total of 21 killed. 39 workers suffered severe burns in the 2023 incident, with some becoming disabled and unable to work. It's as if it's a war zone at work, and many were killed. Vote no, CIP 2040. Thank you.
Okay, and now Rocco Benaki. Come on up, Rocco.
Mayor Clifford, may I borrow? Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, so my name is Rocco, and I represent the Lawton Council of the Blind, and I was talking to our president the other night, and she told me that she went to a movie or something, and someone told her, "Oh, it's great seeing you out." And her response was, "Yeah, my boyfriend let me out of my cage." And and so that I mean, that person was being nice and everything, but her and I and many other people started talking, and so we've come to the conclusion that we need to be out more, we need to be going to things together and to be seen, and so now one of the things that we do every year is we do every October we have the White Cane Proclamation, and I believe that this year is going to be, I think, the 8th year. I think, and so what our plan is that not only to do the proclamation, but quite frankly, many of us at our meetings for our White Cane, because every October we have a meeting where we talk about the White Cane, and so we want to invite as many citizens as we can to come in to learn about what the White Cane represents, and so the thing that I'm going to be doing is you're going to be seeing me promote this a lot on Facebook, and the thing that I'm going to ask the council is that one way that this can really help us is to it's very important that we have people in authority who are willing to come see what the White Cane is about. And so I would encourage you to really kind of, challenge yourselves as leaders to go, let me go see what this is about. And then, and in closing, the thing that I would like to say is that one of the reasons why we want to do this is because at one of our White Cane fundraisers, we had one of our members almost get hit by a truck. She had a white cane with her, and so this is why we're wanting to do this. And so anyways, we encourage everybody to come to our October meeting. I would be plastering it all over Facebook. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Rocco. Thank you for coming. Stand up and grab that, please. All right. Thank you, guys. Okay, is there anybody else that wants to come forward on audience participation? Okay, seeing none, I will close audience participation. Oh, okay. Sure. Come on up. Okay, and we're going to need your name and address, okay?
It's Tara Brown. And I'm in District 111. It's 1624 Northwest Leona Circle. Oh, okay.
Can you come up and make sure that's turned on? I can't hear.
Yeah, try it again. Hello? How about now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll speak louder. I can do that. Today I was what people say Vanna White, displaying the white cane. And I wanted everybody to see what this white cane looked like. But I want to let you know also what it means to me. I had no intentions to come up here today. I just came from work. Did everybody hear that? I'm a blind person, just came from work. And I love it. And I love Lawton. I want to tell you guys that because I think sometimes, you know, you sit up there and you're city figures and you're probably thinking, here is all these people coming up here to complain. But we're just making our voice heard because we love Lawton. We love Lawton, and we're thankful. Thankful for you that you decided to do what you're doing, because we couldn't do it without you. We know that. But you couldn't do it without us either. All of us, inclusivity is what I just want to say. Inclusivity. I was driving down the street. I have not always been blind. Let me start by saying that. I haven't always been blind. I woke up one day, got in my car, driving down the street, and my retina detached. I woke up blind. Blind the next day. I played basketball, go figure. Basketball prior to that. Couldn't even see where to shoot the ball. But my life changed. 2 out of 5 people will get a disability in your lifetime. If you live, that is. 2 out of 5 people. So we all have to live in this world together. Together. I just want to work. I heard you mention LATS, and I heard you mention a button called I Love Lawton or something. I didn't even know we had a button called I Love Lawton. But I like that button. But I will tell you this, LATS. LATS is doing a good job. Lawton Area Transit. They're doing a good job, but they need work when it comes to people with disabilities. Wherever you have a transit station, and I'm wrapping it up, wherever you have a transit, you have to have paratransit. Paratransit. That's where somebody, if you're disabled, they'll pick you up at your house, take you wherever you're going. You can go anywhere. Work, the casino, the store, doctor, wherever you want to go because of the ADA. And that means Americans with Disabilities Act, not American Dental Association. I just wanted to point that out, but LATS, it's hard to get on LATS. Number one, because the application is not inducive for somebody to fill out if you're blind. It's an application that's 13 pages long. When I call LATS, they tell me, print it out and have somebody fill it out for you. Is that right? It's not right. Come on. It's for people with disabilities. Just help me. In conclusion, I'm sorry. I will leave with this. And I promise you, I'm only dressed like this because I just came from work. I love Lawton. I love Lawton. I'm from Tulsa. I've been here 21 years. I love Lawton. I love Port Seal. I'm out there every day. They see me with my cane. Thank you.
All right. Now, before we applaud, and I think that certainly deserves applaud, we have an I Love Lawton Fort Sill pin for you.
Okay.
That we're getting on your shirt right now, and I'm going to tell you, you make that pin look good.
Thank you. And I'm going to
Now,
wear it.
the other thing, we heard you say that we weren't properly accommodating, and we will make that change. And individuals that need special accommodation can request special accommodation, and we always, at least we think we always comply. Sometimes we might mess up, but you let us know and we'll get it taken care of. Now, I want to tell you something. You love Lawton and Lawton loves you. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for coming, Rocco.
That's right.
Okay, owns her own business. Rocco said not only does she work, she owns her own business. Thank you. Okay, and with that, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And I think actually, thank you guys. I think actually the FISTA needs to be moved up. You've got a board meeting. Come on down. And that's item number 36, I think, right? We're going to jump to item 36. Number 36, consider approving an agreement for funding and limited support between the Fires Innovation Science and Technology Accelerator, FISTA, Development Trust Authority and the City of Lawton to fund the operation, management, administration, maintenance, and equipping of Vista facilities during the 2024-2025 fiscal year to encourage economic industrial development in the City of Lawton and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement. Krista.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much, distinguished council members and Mr. Mayor. If you would allow me the ability to give you an update on Vista, I would like to do that. And so we wanted to give you what we've been doing over the past year. We've been a little bit busy, and so Donna Lynn's going to change the slide, I think, next. Do I have you? Okay. Okay, let's get started. So I wanted to give you a brief overview of what our current floor plan looks like today and our future expansion plans. So what you're looking at in front of you is the old Sears location. We have almost completely built out and leased out the entire Sears. We have already started the transition in taking up occupancy in vacant stores within the mall with organizations like R4 as well. So as you know, and we're growing very fast and very proud of that. We've got 15 different partners that have leased space within Vista and several more leases that we're actively working on and engaged on today. I know that's very small, but each one of those colors represents a different partner, and then some innovative space like the anechoic chamber, the STEM lab, and the additive manufacturing, which is going to be education and community based. I want to introduce our team members. Vista has an amazing team that really gives their heart and soul, not only to Vista, but they volunteer on so many other committees. So I'm going to ask them to stand and wave. Chris Riley, he's our Strategic Operations Manager. We've got Nina Hardy, who is Facility Manager. Seth Hall is our Project Manager and also grant oversees grants. Stacy Reyna is our HR and Document Specialist. Tony Cantu behind me is a Security Operations Manager. Charlie Hall is an Executive Assistant and oversees the Vista as well. And then Ariana is Administrative Assistant and oversees social media. So let's talk about some of the successes that we've seen over the past year. We've obviously onboarded and hired the staff that we just mentioned. We had our ribbon cutting just over a year ago, so you can see the growth and development, not only from a staff perspective, but completely occupying Sears within that year's time frame. We've also established the Vista Foundation, which is a 501c3 that's going to be focused on education and STEM opportunities within our community. It's also going to offer scholarships to youth within our community that are focused in STEM and engineering and mathematics. Vista was one of two agencies or two organizations within the entire state of Oklahoma that was invited to the NIST AI Consortium by the DoD federal government. That is a huge accomplishment and a prestigious recognition for our community. We've also had multiple press releases issued by, for example, Mark Wayne Mullen and different events within our community. So I've got listed here just some of our newer tenants. Like I mentioned before, we have over 15 tenants, but this is some of our newer tenants that we've executed in the past 6 months or so. We now have 3 of the nation's top 10 defense contractors right here in Lawton Fort Sill. And then we also have an affinity for small businesses and innovation as well. So we're not just targeting the big businesses such as Raytheon and Leidos and those type of organizations, and Northrop Grumman. We're also targeting innovative small companies that are getting their foothold within the DoD and defense world and innovation hub. So I'm going to take a second to talk about some of the funding. Vista has been a magnet for state and national funding, and that money is spent and invested right here in Lawton Fort Sill, whether that's construction, whether it's an innovation park, and so that is bringing dollars to our community. We have $1 million for HUD 22. Those grants cover a conference center, convention center, and expansion of technology. HUD 23 is a $2.2 million grant that was awarded for an administrative space, which is a secure facility for our partners to work in. ARPA was $20 million. This grant is going to help us build a state-of-the-art STEM lab for our community, along with additive manufacturing. Then we received $9.6 million through a public-private partnership through the Department of Commerce, and that's helping to fund not only the administrative space, but also a portion of the STEM lab. We're going to have a cafeteria for the public to use, and additional funding for our community to come and be welcomed into our conference space as well. And then we received $500,000 from the Oklahoma Strategic Military Planning Commission. And so those last two, the P3 and the Oklahoma Strategic Military Planning Commission, were in partnership and full support of Fort Sill. The OSMPC grant is going to allow us to offer a commercial counter-UAS academy where people will come from all over the nation and receive education and training on how to protect their entity, their business, their organization from drone and counter-UAS attacks across the nation. They'll be visiting right here in Lawton Fort Sill and learning about that in our hometown. So some of the site visits that our team has experienced over the past year, we flew to San Diego and we were attending the conference of AUVSI and showcased some of our innovations. NSA, the National Security Administration Dreamport, which is in Columbia, Maryland, we are mirroring our STEM lab after some of the most high-tech and best in the nation. So we visited those to see what lessons learned that we could take from that. Picatinny Arsenal, New Jersey. We now have an MOU in place with Picatinny Arsenal that any of our partners, as they're developing their technology and innovation, has a new testing facility, not just at Fort Sill, not just at Tinker or Shepherd, but also places like Picatinny Arsenal. So that's a huge win for our community. R4 is now open shop inside FISTA. The owner of R4 invented and created Priceline Travel and then went public with that and now specializes in AI in the defense network. So they have a company called R4. The Fab Lab and Makerspace at the University of Oklahoma, AUSA at Washington, D.C., and then Axient in Huntsville, Alabama. So let's talk a little bit about social media. FISTA is doing everything we can, and my entire team is doing everything we can to help the mission of transparent communication. So we want people to join our Facebook page, join our LinkedIn page, learn about some of the initiatives that we have within the community. And so we just started social media a little over a year ago, and we've had over 1,000% increase in participation. So I would welcome you not only to visit our website at www.thefista.com, but also follow us on social media so you can learn a little bit about it. I think I lost the slides. Okay, so we're out. Okay, so the computer system is down, but I will provide you some of our construction updates over the past year. So we have finalized and finished construction for Dianetics/Leidos. They started with 2 employees within our community at FISTA, and now they have over 30 employees that are going to be working. They're already working inside the plaza and will be working inside the plaza every day. So their construction is finished. We have Torch, which just finished construction. They have a soldier touch point program to where the green suiters out at Fort Sill visit the FISTA every day or every week, and they're trained hands-on with materials inside FISTA, whether that's in a simulation lab, and that way it decreases costs to the taxpayers and defense because they have simulation labs and they get to experience it before they take it out to the battlefield. I mentioned the cafe and the kitchen and the new convention space. So we are going to be tripling our conference room space. That was awarded to us by the state of Oklahoma, and they are fully funding that. That was a grant that was given to us. That we held the National Counter-UAS Conference on November 4th of last year, and that was a resounding success. People came from the Pentagon, people came from all over the nation, and the state of Oklahoma was in attendance for that. And they felt so strongly that we need to continue to hold nationwide conferences right here that they funded that environment. Our outdoor reception and business development space is going to begin construction soon. And then yesterday we kicked off construction on Blue Halo space. Blue Halo is a new partner inside FISTA, and I do want to point out that FISTA is not paying for these construction projects solely and independently. Our partners are also supplementing or completely paying for their own build-out within the FISTA, so that's exciting. We will begin the process for the digital signage outside of FISTA. That was awarded to us through a grant. And so you will have digital signage out front to inform the community about different events that are happening, the STEM environment, what we can do to contribute to our community. We are also going to begin construction on the incubator/accelerator. That was, again, a grant award. So that's going to allow those small businesses and those new businesses to use our additive manufacturing lab to build their prototypes in order to win contracts and awards that can be awarded right here in Lawton Fort Sill. Our STEM floor plans are nearing finalization, and so we'll begin construction on that late summer. And then the anechoic chamber plans are in the works now. We will have a state-of-the-art anechoic chamber complex that is funded through an ARPA program, the American Recovery Act program. And so that way our partners and our other partners outside the state can bring their devices and their equipment to be tested here. I do want to highlight a couple of events that are coming up. On July 18th, FISTA will host Mississippi State University. We now have inside inside of FISTA a University Center of Excellence, which we currently house 3 different universities that pay rent inside of FISTA in order to create a collaborative environment. Mississippi State and Mississippi State University visited FISTA and said, hey, we've heard what you guys have got going on. Midwestern State and Texas has been up. And so now universities from other states are taking note, and they want to be partners inside FISTA as well. So we are welcoming them. On July 25th, FISTA will host a STEM event inside our convention center, so please find out more information if you're interested in that. August 7th and August 20th, we'll be hosting a 2-day economic summit. This economic summit is open to the public. It does require RSVP, but the economic summit is really an initiative to help Lawton Fort Sill move forward, become more strategic, and continue our growth and development in a very strategic way. So we're very excited about that. So please look at our website and learn more information. Okay, we've got some more upcoming events. On August 26th through August 30th, FISTA will be hosting its inaugural class for the Commercial Counter-UAS Academy. So if you have a business or you're part of an organization that has concerns about drones, counterattacks, keeping your airspace safe, please reach out about that. We've got General Strickland and some other partners that are going to be educating and speaking during that event. FISTA will also have a booth in AUSA this year, so please, if you're in Washington, D.C. for that event, join us. And then we are going to host our second Counter-UAS Forum, which is the national forum that people visit from all over the nation. So that's this year on October 30th. Please, that's again open to the public of Lawton Fort Sill as well, so please join us for that. So I do want to talk a little bit about the budget because that's why we're here today. So in looking at the FY25 budget for FISTA, our budget sits at just around $37 million, and you have that in front of you. Looking at some of the breakdown of those numbers, FISTA is bringing in this fiscal year over $26 million of outside funding, to not include funding from the taxpayers of the City of Lawton or the City of Lawton as an entity. So that's over $26 million in funding that FISTA is bringing to the table. $21.9 million is being funded by outside entities such as our partners, paying for their own construction, different grants at the national and state level and the federal level. So almost $22 million of funded construction out of the budget you have in front of you is funded. Oh, yeah, there we go. Is that better? Okay, the FISTA will also give back just over $2 million for a lighting project along I-44 and Rogers Lane that FISTA was awarded through the Public-Private Partnership Grant through the State of Oklahoma Department of Commerce. So $9.3 million was awarded, and FISTA is going to improve lighting in partnership with the City of Lawton along I-44 and Rogers Lane. So that's the highlights of the budget. I will point out as well that we do have some items on construction that were completed this year. So that was the Leidos Dynetic space, the torch space we talked about. And then we have multiple new projects that are going to be funded through this budget that already have leases in place, and as soon as we can, we're going to get started. We have 3 different construction companies working inside FISTA right now in order to complete some of these projects in a timely fashion, because partners are waiting to move in. They're standing by, ready to go, and looking for their space to be completed. But at this point, I will pause and open for questions.
So I meant to call you and tell you I was going to ask this, and I apologize to hit you go turkey, but I'm wondering how many jobs you have currently and how many projections you have for, say, the end of 25 and end of 26.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So currently, FISTA has 8 employees. That is the team that...
I don't mean FISTA.
I just want to clarify, because that question comes up often, that, oh, so FISTA hires them all? No, FISTA only employs 8 employees, and that manages the plaza and the FISTA defense side. For our partners inside FISTA, we would estimate currently they're sitting just north of 50 employees. But again, a lot of them are waiting to onboard their staff here until their construction is done. So that number will dramatically rise. We estimate first-tier and second-tier jobs to be around 275 by the end of FY 25-26. And so what that means is not only are we focusing on high-paid, high-tech engineers, which is obviously great for our community, but there's support roles too. There's housekeeping, there's dietary, there's food service workers in the cafeteria. There's going to be positions available for all different types of people within our community. So that would be the estimation.
You're estimating 275. I love that projection, and I know you're doing that based on what you know. 275 jobs. Those jobs currently average over 100,000. I assume it'll be the same by FY 25-26.
Yes, sir.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
We have the expectation for our partners that are leasing space and they're paying rent inside Vista that they have an average annual wage of $100,000 for all their employees across the spectrum. So there may be an employee that makes $50,000 and an employee that makes $150,000. I do also want to point out that the Vista this year is projected to bring in just around $2 million in rent income. That number will be, changing because as we finish these spaces, they'll be paying rent in that as well. They pay Class A rent space, which is, a fairly high rent rate for our community because we're a newly developed space. They also pay almost $700,000 in utilities, and that is a direct pass-through cost for those utilities. So our taxpayers are not paying the utilities for the plaza. It's the people inside the plaza that are paying the utilities for their space.
Thank you for saying that because there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. Do we have any comments or a motion?
Krista, we get a lot of comments about, or questions about how much of the mall will remain in retail and how much of it will eventually be absorbed by Vista. Can you throw any light on that?
Yeah, I will say that Vista is doing everything in our power to retain retail, and we have a contracted agreement with Insight to bring new retailers in, to keep the retailers we currently have. So Vista has no intention of asking anyone to leave, but what we do is as they vacate on their own, we work with them to find them places within the community, such as Old Navy and Buckle and Bath & Body Works, which now has 2 locations, to put them in other areas because their business model has changed. They no longer want to be inside of a mall. They want to be freestanding locations. So we work with them on that. But I don't have an estimation on what that number for retailers will look like, but I do want you to have confidence in knowing that we're doing everything we can to retain retailers and to bring retailers in.
And so when we reach the 275 future jobs, will that be enough jobs there to secure additional businesses that want to be retail businesses that want to be near that many daily employees?
Yeah, I would say the 275 estimation is really just for the space that's in Sears or close proximity to Sears. As we continue to expand into other stores that are closing down and taking over that space, that number will grow rapidly. As soon as that construction is done, that number will far exceed 275. I would say, if you asked me today, 3 to 5 years, the number of employees inside Vista would be astronomical and would support retailers in our community, which would then give retailers an opportunity to look at Lawton Fort Sill for new locations. When retailers are coming to our community or coming to any community, they look at things like the average income, they look at the population, they look at the job levels and different statuses. So this will absolutely help bring retailers long-term to Lawton Fort Sill.
And so do you have a vision for downtown redevelopment that could possibly come because of this?
Absolutely. So we are currently working on a downtown revitalization / redevelopment plan. It's important to note that as Vista grows, the need for, a community work-life play balance comes into play there. And so as a community, we're going to grow as Vista grows and vice versa. So that redevelopment or that development of downtown will begin to occur at a more rapid pace once those employees are onboarded. We have organizations that are moving to Lawton Fort Sill from Washington State, from California, from Connecticut, from Texas. As those organizations are opening up shop within Lawton, they're bringing employees, they're bringing dollars for investment, and of course those people will spend money, they'll buy houses here, and as Governor Stitt said, he's never seen an economic driver such as Vista be so powerful in the state of Oklahoma before. So that's saying something for the Lawton Fort Sill.
And the downtown redevelopment plan is not new. It's something we've been working on actually for some time, and I know you've done a lot of work on that in your previous life. So thank you very much for that. That's all very exciting. I can't wait to see it happen.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Further questions or motions?
Move to approve.
Motion for approval, second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Krista. All right, now let's go back to the consent agenda. The following items are considered to be routine by the City Council will be enacted with one motion. Should discussion be desired on an item, that item will be removed from the consent agenda prior to action and considered separately. Council, at this time, I have no request to pull items. Do you have requests to pull items? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Council, I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, now it's time for my speech. And my speech is, have you seen how long this agenda is? What time do you want to get out of here? That's my speech. Now we're going to jump to item, is it 33, 34?
33 and 34.
33 and 34, because we have some folks waiting for us to do this. Item 33, consideration and approval. Okay, Consideration and approval of an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation bond series 2024 in the sum of $6.3 million by the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, authorized at an election duly called and held for such purpose, prescribing form of the general obligation bond series 2024, providing for registration thereof, approving the official statement pertaining to the general obligation bonds series 2024, providing for the levy of an annual tax for payment of principal and interest on the same, fixing other details of the issue, and declaring an emergency. Chris Gander.
So we were here May 14th. You all authorized us to go out and get bids on the next series of GO bond issues. So this is the one where we issue bonds annually to maintain a steady tax rate. So at that time, we said we'd come back. We set the date, time, and place, which was today at 11 o'clock. So I handed out a sheet that looks like this before the meeting. So those were our bid results, which very happy about. We got 4 bids. And since the last meeting, we've gone out, gotten the bonds rated. The bonds were rated AA-. The other bonds that are already outstanding have been rated AA- as well, which is a very strong credit rating. So we received the 4 bids, and then on the top, that PNC Capital Markets. If you go to the far right, those numbers basically equate to is that 3.410951%. So that's your lowest interest rate bid. So that's who we're recommending you all award the bonds to. So this is a 2-step process. You have one where you're authorizing the issuance of the debt, which is what you just heard read. And so that's step 1. And then after that, there'll be another resolution. In that one, someone will need to make, if you want to, make a motion to award the bonds to PNC Capital Markets at the 3.410951.
Do we have a motion for approval? We have a motion for approval and a second. A discussion or debate? Please vote.
Mayor, I just want to confirm, we're on item 33, correct?
33.
It's an ordinance.
It's an ordinance. You better read that, baby, then. Okay. Okay, and your motion was to waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only, wasn't it? And your second was to, there you go, read the title only.
Sorry, I was reading the emergency clause. Consideration approval, an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds, Series 2024, in the sum of $6,300,000 by the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, authorized an election duly called and held for such purpose, prescribing form of the general obligation bonds, Series 2024, providing for registration thereof, approving the official statement pertaining to the general obligation bonds, Series 2024, providing for the levy of an annual tax for payment of principal and interest on the same, fixing other details of the issue, and declaring an emergency.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Now, we will need to do a separate vote on the emergency.
Okay, I need somebody to make a motion to declare an emergency. In a second. Motion and a second. Please vote. Emergency passes 7-0. You good?
Yep, we're good.
All right. Bringing up item 34, receive bids for the sale of the city's $6,300,000 general obligation bond, Series 2024, and award the sale of the $6,300,000 general obligation bond, Series 2024, to the lowest bidder. Chris.
So that's the second one I covered. We're recommending you
Do I have
award
a
it.
motion to approve?
Move to approve.
A motion and a second. Please vote. Need one more. There it is, 7-0. Motion carries, and thanks to the clerk for watching out for me.
Thank you.
All right.
Concentrate too much on the emergency clause. That's my fault.
We're going to take care of some D&D because we've got a lot of people waiting for D&D, and we're going to get those taken care of. And I think number 30 is where it starts. Consider adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 401 Southwest Summit Avenue to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This property, 401 Southwest Summit Avenue, was originally brought to Council April 23rd, 2024. It was tabled due to the property owner having a contract to sell. Unfortunately, it did slip through our hands at my office, and we did file a lien on this property. Since then, that lien has been revoked. But we are taking new measures here in my office to make sure that that doesn't happen again by myself approving everything before it heads to county. This property, like I stated before, we've had roof damage, some trim damage, kicked in garage door, holes in the siding, backside of the house, which either wasn't finished or it's just pretty much would just frame up with unsecured doors and hanging gutters. Once again, this property was posted. It's April 10th, 2024. We have any questions on it?
And council, there is no contract for sale. That's the important thing, is there's no contract for sale on this property.
Right.
Which was the reason why it was originally tabled.
Okay, I just want legal to tell me if we properly have done the public hearing and we're okay to proceed.
We did the public hearing.
Correct.
The last time, that's where we thought it would, sorry.
Yeah, we closed the public hearing last time.
We did close the public hearing last time. We were under the impression there was a contract for sale or there was a pending contract. That turned out to be incorrect, correct?
Okay, no public hearing is needed. You
No.
just want council action. Nobody's here to speak on this item, is that correct? Nobody's here to speak on this item? Okay, council, do you have questions or motions?
Mayor, I move to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, now we're going to go to number 39. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 306 Northwest 15th Street, 507 Southwest 26th Street, 508 Northwest 12th Street, also known as 506 Northwest 12th Street, 621 Southwest 26th Street, 916 Southwest D Avenue, also known as 404 Southwest 10th Street, 1407 Southwest 8th Street, 1507 Northwest Dearborn Avenue, 1611 Northwest Lawton Avenue, 1612 Southwest E Avenue, 1813 Southwest McKinley Avenue, 2025 Northwest 24th Street, 2409 Southwest C Avenue, 2609 Southwest E Avenue, 4628 Southwest G Avenue, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Okay, we're going to start with 306 Northwest 15th Street. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor. 306 Northwest 15th Street. Inactive water account since 2010. There are currently no active permits on this property. We do have damaged siding, a rotted door frame, more damaged siding, damage to the trim, more trim damage throughout the property. There is a hole in the roof. Cracked siding, possible foundation issues. It's another view. Post on this property 6/12/24. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 306 Northwest 15th Street. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Come on up, sir. And if you'll just give us your name and address, please.
I live at, I'm sorry. My name is Ismael Cruz. I live at 1501 Bill, right behind the property. We're in the process of tearing it down. We were going to build up on it, fix it up. I'm not sure when we'll be able to do that between here and the next 6 months. We just finished fixing up our house, two-story house right behind that. We did the inside and the outside. So now we're looking at either tearing this down and extending the backyard all the way out to the alley or fixing it up. We haven't made up our mind yet. Ask 6 months, within the next 6 months, we'll either tear it down or fix it up.
Okay, let me tell you the way this process works, just in case you don't know. If the council chooses to put it on the D&D, and they're likely to do that, you will have 30 business days, which is 6 weeks, to pull a permit.
Okay.
And they're going to work with you if you want to remodel it and get it livable, or if you want to get a demo permit and to tear it down yourself. It's cheaper if you do it yourself, and you get some discounts and all that.
We've looked into it already.
Okay, so that's the process. Do you understand the process?
Yes.
Okay, and these guys are available to answer any questions you have. Their goal is to either get it livable or get it removed, okay?
Got it.
Now, is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? Okay, council, do you have any questions of this individual? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council.
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 507 Southwest 26th Street. Josh.
All right, 507 Southwest 26th Street, inactive water account since 2023. There are no active permits on this property as well. This property, we found out today that they are actually stealing water at this property. There's vagrants in and out of it. We do have broken windows, rotted window sills, broken back door. You can also see the roof to the porch covering falling down. Got another view of that and the rotted wooding on there. Cracks in the siding, possible foundation issues on here. We do have butt rot and missing window trim. We did post on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. All right, we need your name and address.
My name's Mike Moon, and I live at 810 Southeast Cortez.
Okay, Mike, you're going to have to get a little closer to the mic for us, okay?
We're in the process. We've taken the front porch off. We're hauling the debris off. I'm going to put a dump trailer over there Friday and clean up the rest of the trash and then get it painted on the outside.
So, Mike, you told me on the phone that you had somebody in that house for 15 years, but they said vagrants have been in there.
Well, I've had it rented off and on for 15 years, and my son's been staying there the last year, and we're trying to clean it up.
So what about the vagrants? Have you had vagrants in there in the last year?
No, they got a lot of they got a lot of foot traffic, and I'm dealing with that also.
We've had vagrants even there, even though your son was there.
Probably, people come and go out of his house all the time when he's at work. I told him he's got to stop that.
Mm-hmm.
If you give me 30 days.
And so your son's been living there, but the utilities have been cut off since 23.
He got electric. I don't know. They had water. I don't know how they got water because it's
So
a front house.
come up here and answer that.
Excuse me, sir.
What do the records indicate? And did I hear stealing water?
Right, so we found out today that somebody has actually broken into the water meter and has rigged that in a way to where they are getting water. But if you look up the water account, there has not been a water account since last year. I believe it was going to be October, if I'm not mistaken. November.
The people in the front house was supposed to get it turned, I thought they got it turned on in their name.
Say that again for me, Mike.
The people that live in the front house, that house there, and there's another house to the south of it on the same property. That's where the water meter's at, and I thought they had it turned on legally. I didn't know. But I will check into it.
So does legal want to weigh in on this? Is there anything you can tell us? I mean, they're saying...
I mean, the only thing we could do, we could send somebody over and do a citation for theft of utilities. That's about our action right now. I think that's appropriate if we've got, has this been very recent?
Yeah, because I've called 2 different times because I knew they had it turned on.
Sure.
And the city's come out and shut it off and they've turned it back on.
So they're getting into the meter and turning it back on, Josh? Is that what we're seeing?
Yeah, Meter Services, I think, has come out a couple of times and
Correct.
shut this water off.
They were out there today, and they're also running extension cords from the other property into this one as well.
Okay.
Okay, citations are an administrative issue, and we're not going to get involved. Did you have something you wanted to say on this, or you want to at the end? Okay, so Mike, you understand the process. It's very likely that this council is going to put this on the D&D, and that gives you 6 weeks, 30 business days to pull a remodel permit, okay? And so it sounds like you want to remodel it, and I've known you all my life, and I know you're very capable of doing anything. So you understand the process, right?
The first thing I want to say is I want to clean all the mess up and get the foot traffic stopped and then start painting the outside of it.
Okay, we want the foot traffic stopped too. That's a big focus that we have here. Do you have anything else you want to tell us before I close the public hearing? Okay, anybody else want to speak on this address? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
in Linda's absence, I'm going to make a motion to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do we have a second? Well, did I hear a second down here? Okay. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. John?
Mayor and Council, I just wanted to provide some general information about the county tax sale that we just had as it relates specifically to dilapidated properties. So as I think most of you are aware, by state statute, tax sales occur every June in every county in the state of Oklahoma on the second Monday of the month. In this past tax sale, we had 29 properties go before the sale that had demo liens on it. Of those 29, those 29 properties had a total of $195,000 of outstanding demo liens. Only 10 of those properties sold at the sale. And so essentially there was a $140,000 shortfall between the liens that we've placed and the money that we recovered at the sale. So my point being that there's some issues and there's some gaps and seams in state law that I'm going to bring forward a proposal in the form of a resolution at our next meeting that I would like council to consider, and that's hopefully going to close the gap in terms of those individuals out there that use the tax sale process as a way to divest themselves of properties that they don't want, that are undesirable. Right now, there's no financial accountability in that process. So the county treasurer does not report those individuals to the credit bureaus or to the IRS or the state tax commission. So there's really no long-term ramifications for people who don't take care of their property. And all of us ultimately want to make Lawton a better place and make, get rid of blight and clean our community up. And I think this is an important addressing this issue, and state law is an important part of this process. We always, council considers these properties, we vote to demo them, but we very rarely sort of talk about these properties at the end of the spectrum, which is when they get sold, and are these properties attractive to developers? So anyway, I just wanted to pass on some of that information for your consideration. That our real property administrator put together that I think is pretty useful information. So more to follow on this topic, and that's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes.
I was at that auction as well, and Cindy Augustine did a fantastic job tracking this. So the county treasurer suggested that maybe we do a little research before we put a demolition order on a house and make sure that it's not in the third year, because they don't auction houses off until it gets to 3 years of unpaid taxes. So maybe if they're in this third year, and I don't know if this is possible, John, or not, but that maybe we don't put the demolition order on it. It'll go for sale for taxes, and then the new person will have to deal with the demolition as opposed to us, which would save us $140,000. Just a suggestion.
Councilman Harris, that's absolutely something that we can do, and neighborhood services can start vetting this before these properties go forward to see where, if there's delinquent taxes, where they are in the process, and flag those properties. Because you're right, if they're in the third year, then we don't necessarily want to tear the property down because it's not going to be attractive for redevelopment.
And that's exactly what happened. Is any of the properties that had liens on just didn't draw bids. Many of the properties that didn't have liens on actually went pretty high. So there were people there looking to buy houses to redo, and a lot of those actually went very well. So it would behoove us to pay attention.
Okay, I'm going to continue this item. I had a text while my phone was turned off from Mr. Warren that he's got to get to a FISTA meeting and needs to deal with item 48. So we're going to jump to 48 and deal with that. And then we're going to come back to this item. So I'm continuing it, assuming there's no objection. There is none. For number 48, discuss and take necessary action on changing the time of regularly scheduled city council meetings to 6 p.m., including establishing an effective date for this change and directing staff to post any required notices. Now, the council has already voted to move it, but the council did not give clear direction on when to start it. And that's the reason that Mr. Warren has brought this back. I'll turn it over to Mr. Warren.
Council, I wanted to bring this back. Originally, we batted around when to do it, first of the fiscal year or calendar year, or what we were going to do. I think that possibly to give employees an opportunity to find alternative child care or whatever they may need to do, I felt like if we could go and begin on August 1st, the first meeting in August, that should give enough time to make that happen, and also give time for citizens to start planning to come to the evening meetings. So I would make a motion that we direct staff and ourselves to be ready to start meeting the first meeting in August at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Okay, so we have a motion to begin the 6 o'clock meetings at the first meeting in August, correct? Okay. Do we have a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
You can.
To continue with the previous plan, which was to start these meetings in January, and that to allow citizens to, I'm assuming to be involved, it would be the public input at the beginning of the meeting, that we move the public input to the end of the meeting so that people could come to work, come to be a part of it then instead.
Okay, so just a minute, I want to make sure I get it. Your substitute motion, which we will deal with first, is to leave the start date of January 1 and move public participation. I'm not sure we can put that in the same motion.
It probably doesn't need to be in the same motion, but that's just
It
an
wasn't-
idea.
It wasn't on the agenda.
You're right.
What can we do?
I don't think it needs to be in there. It's just an idea.
You can make an amendment. I'm just looking real quick. It's an alternative action to main motion. It's on the floor. I'm just, sorry, I'm just making sure we're good. So the substitute motion is considered first, and if it passes, it does away with.
Okay, I get that, but he added something that wasn't on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor.
Which is changing the public participation to the end of the meeting.
Right, and that, sorry.
Mayor and council, I think what we could do with respect to Mr. Harris's second idea, which was changing the order of the meeting, is we could, you could direct staff to bring back a change to council policy 1-6.
Okay, so we'll change it to that then. It's a start at January 1 and direct staff to bring back a consideration of changing the public participation to the end of the meeting. Is that your second?
That's my second.
Okay, we will deal with this, and if it fails, then we go to the original motion. If it passes, we don't deal with the original motion. We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Vote yes for that.
So how many people do we have here? 1, 2, 3.
That's total.
Okay, so the motion fails,
So now we go
which,
back to the original motion.
which brings up the original motion to start on August, the first meeting in August. Discussion or debate?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I consider this, we're doing this for the wrong reason. We're doing this for the convenience of one councilman it's going to create difficulty for other councilmen to make that time, and I think that's the wrong reason to do it, and I therefore...
And so you're against it?
I am
get
against it.
I get it. Is there further discussion or debate? Mr. Hampton?
Yes, Mayor, was there something in that original motion about 6 months?
There was in the original motion, it was try it for 6 months, as I recall.
Okay, thank you.
That would stand. Hold on just a minute.
No, what we're doing is there's a technical issue that doesn't show who voted yes or no, and she needs a copy of that. So, well, it's seat numbers, not names.
Oh, okay.
And so what we'll need to do is she's going to do a roll call vote just so she has that information. So we should have the same totals. It's because nobody should change their vote.
Roll call vote on the substitute motion. Clerk?
Okay, Hampton?
No.
Uyghur?
No.
Williams?
No.
Warren? Hankins? Harris?
Yes.
Gill?
Yes.
So we're good.
Okay, now we're on the original motion. Discussion or debate? Okay, you're voting to to start the first meeting of August. Please vote.
Do we want to do this?
I'm just going to roll call again so we
Right.
don't have to do
Okay.
it twice.
All right.
And we'll figure out the tech issues later.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Warren? Hankins? Harris? Gill?
No.
Hampton?
Okay, so it's 5 yeses, right? And 2, okay. So motion carries 5-2 to begin first meeting of August.
First meeting of August.
Thank you, and I apologize for holding you up. I didn't keep you too long. Okay, now we go back to item 39 and take that back up. And we're on 508 Northwest 12th Street, also known as 506 Northwest 12th Street. Josh.
All right, 508 Northwest 12th Street, AKA 506 Northwest 12th Street. This property does have a lot of roof damage. It has roof damage to the front of the property as well. View from the inside of the house, you can see the skylight through the roof damage, or sorry, the sunlight. I failed to mention there is no water account on this property and no active permits as well. I do have rotted windowsills, boarded up windows and doors, trim damage. Backside of the house, more trim damage, as well as another hole in the roof. Cracked siding, possible foundation issues. Posted on this property June 12th, 2024. Any questions?
Is legal satisfied that we've properly identified this?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 508 Northwest 12th Street, also known as 506 Northwest 12th Street, please come forward at this time. And sir, we'll need your name and address, please.
My name is Billy Smith, 5392 Northwest Columbia, here in Lawton. I'm requesting additional 12 months to renovate this property. I did the one next door. It just takes a little bit of time to do. I need about 12 months to do it.
How does that fit our process? If he,
Well, what we originally do is we'll do the original 6 months, the 30 days, the initial 30 days, and then the 5 extensions after that. And then we can bring it back to council if there's been work being done, and if we recommend that we carry on for another 6 months, and then it would come back over here.
so we have to see that there's work, and then you bring it back to council, and we decide if there's honest effort. But the truth is, you need to get it done in 6 months. Is there a reason you haven't been working on the house?
I own and operate a foundation company in Lawton, Gold Star Construction. So we're out of town a lot doing other projects for other people. So it's hard to come back and do your own projects when you're on the road a lot.
Okay, so you understand the process. The likelihood is the council is going to place it on the D&D, and then you'll have 6 weeks to get a remodel permit, and then you'll have to show that you're making progress every month.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay.
I do have a contract for sale on that property from another individual.
Okay, well.
He hasn't come through with anything, so I'm going to avoid his contract and go ahead and go with the project.
Okay, I don't know what that means to us, a contract for sale. I mean,
I think we still put it on the D&D.
okay,
to let somebody
all right.
respond if it's on.
Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council?
Yeah, Mayor, I approve a resolution to approve declaring this structures on these property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? We do have a second. Please vote.
Whether they have those or not, is it?
Okay, I need one more vote, I think. Oh, Randy left, so 6 is all we have. So 6, that motion carries 6-0. Bringing up 621 Southwest 26th Street. Josh.
Sorry about that. 621 Southwest 26th Street. Inactive water account since 2017. No active permits since this morning on this property. We do have some trim damage as well as missing siding. Boarded up windows, missing window trim. Sorry about that. Damaged siding or trim, more damaged siding and corner trim. Side of the building, as you see, the corner trim is damaged, siding down at the bottom and throughout. More trim damage. But damage to the back door trim and siding, and missing siding in the front of the house. There is a small secondary structure on the property. Posted on the property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Josh, can you clarify to council, you said inactive water account since this morning, you let in with that. So is it since this morning or since 2017?
Since 2017, and
Okay.
there's no permits on this property since I've checked this morning. Sorry.
Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. on 621 Southwest 26th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second? Second. Did hear a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 916 Southwest D Avenue, also known as 404 Southwest 10th Street. Josh.
916 Southwest D Avenue, also known as 404 Southwest 10th Street. Inactive water account since 2021. As of this morning, we don't have any permits currently pulled on the property. We do have siding damage, a butt rot on the bottom, trim coming off of the windowsill, more butt rot on the side of the house, as well as roof damage.
What was the, sorry, this address, the AKA, is it on a corner? What are we, I don't know that I've seen this one.
This address it's not necessarily on the corner, it's actually right off of 10th Street.
Okay.
The property that was there before was the one that was off of D.
So it's just the lot, but it's
correct.
Called, okay, but you've double checked that with?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 916 Southwest D Avenue, also known as 404 Southwest 10th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
That's very possible. There was also a shopping cart on the side of the house with food in it.
Oh,
The animals were already kicked out.
I said, are we kicking people out of the house or animals out of the house?
The animals are already kicked out. We're just trying to get the vagrants out as well.
Okay, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1407 Southwest 8th Street. Josh.
All right, 1407 Southwest 8th Street, inactive water account since 2013. No active permits on this property as of this morning. This property, we do have a damaged soffit, as well as the ramp leading up to the front door. Missing siding, more damaged trim and soffit, and we do have a hole in the roof as well. We got damaged siding as well as broken windows and window trim. Back side of the house, more roof damage, trim and soffit damage. And on the other side of the house, we've got missing siding all throughout. Posted on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1407 Southwest 8th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we'll need your name and address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Shannon Fuqua. My address is 5106 Northeast Haddington Place here in Lawton. I'm just requesting a little bit of time to pull permits to go ahead and demo this property myself.
Noticed that the water's been off since 2017. Is there a reason you haven't worked on it already?
I have several other properties here in town that's kind of taken precedence over this one. Just to be honest, I put this one kind of on the back burner and just haven't gotten around to it.
Okay, so probably the council's going to put it on the D&D. You've heard me say this a number of times already today. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to have 6 weeks to get a permit. That's that's 30 business days, 6 weeks. And then you'll have to show that you're making progress every month, okay?
Yes, sir.
It sounds like we want the same thing you want. We want it livable, okay?
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council?
Mayor, move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1507 Northwest Dearborn Avenue. Josh.
All right, 1507 Northwest Dearborn Avenue, an active water account since 2016. No permits have been pulled on this property as of this morning. We do have damaged trim, damaged siding, more damaged siding to around the front door and on the side of the house. This roof, you can't really tell too much in the picture, but it does have a little dip in it. And more damaged siding on the side of the house, and more roof damage. And then on the other side of the house, we do have rotted wood on the siding. Posted on this property June 12th, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1507 Northwest Dearborn Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. Just come forward and give us your name and address, please.
Morning. My name is Adriano Felix. My address is 5511 Northwest Eisenhower Drive, or the address from the property. And the property I bought like a year ago, and being cleaned the property. When I bought that property, I have a lot of like an old car in the front of the house, a lot of trees. I've been taking care and cleaned the whole thing. And I bought you like an apartment and start renovating the house.
Have you been working on the house?
No, just clean outside. I did
Just
a lot
cleaning up outside?
Yeah, outside.
And your goal is to make it livable?
Yep.
Okay, good. That's our goal. Our goal is it to be livable.
I have
And
pictures in my phone, and I show like when I bought the house, have like old cars, a lot of trees, and almost you can see the house when I bought. And I cut all the trees, I remove all the old cars from the front of the house.
Okay, great. Sounds like you've put a lot of work in there. So
Yeah.
you've heard me explain the process, okay? And so you understand it, right? Great. We look forward to you continuing the cleanup. Is there anything else you want to tell us before I close the public hearing? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on this item. Council.
Mayor, I move to approve resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please vote. One more vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1611 Northwest Lawton Avenue. Josh.
All right, 1611 Northwest Lawton Avenue. There was no water account found. No current permits issued on this property as of this morning. We do have an unsecured garage door, damaged garage trim, damaged trim above the garage, damaged siding from where a truck ran into or backed up into the house. We have extensive hail damage on her, missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows, and more of the damaged trim, missing siding on the opposite side of the house. Posted on this property June 12th, 2024. Any questions?
So no water account found. You don't know how long it's been without water?
Correct. I checked the
Okay.
our water
All
account.
right, that's good.
Yeah.
Any questions, council? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1611 Northwest Lawton Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. One more. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1612 Southwest E Avenue. Josh.
All right, 1612 Southwest E Avenue, inactive water account since 2019. There was an unknown fire date on this. We did try to get it, but we were unsuccessful in figuring out when the fire was. This property was actually deeded over to the county during the June tax sale. So I wasn't sure if you guys wanted to still go along with it. Yeah, so it didn't sell at the tax sale, so it's been deeded to the county.
That means we're going to tear it down.
So if it's deeded to the county, that means they'll try to sell it at the commissioner sale in August, and if they don't, then they'll just take it over and they'll manage it.
So, okay, so we can tear down their stuff.
We can, because we served notice well prior to the sale. It may not be advisable because, like I was saying prior, it makes it tough for redevelopment and makes it tough for somebody to go in there and want to buy the property, but there's no legal restriction for us doing
But
so.
from a public health standpoint, we can't allow that to continue,
No.
regardless of who owns it.
That's true.
So is your recommendation continue to be to put it on the D&D?
It is.
Okay. Okay. Any further questions before I open the public hearing?
Did you want me to go through the pictures?
Pardon?
Did you want me to go through all the pictures?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So we do have extensive smoke damage as well as broken windows and a big hole in the top of the roof. There's a broken windows you can see throughout to the back side of the house, a view from the inside, missing siding, a view from the back side. As you see, it's completely charred. Fire went throughout. There is a small secondary structure shed on this property. Post on the property June 12th, 2024.
Mr. Gill.
Any questions?
I had a question to the city manager. Is this something that, at the very least, we could go out and clean up with our forces?
What, you mean neighborhoods?
Just the trash around it and stuff.
Yeah, we can abate that.
Yeah.
But then that would likely entail putting an additional lien on the property, which again makes it less desirable for redevelopment. But we can certainly go out there, abate the trash. That doesn't look like it's in the right of way. I assume it's been out there for a while. So long as we've met the other obligations of our code, which is notice, and we've given the landowner an opportunity to fix this, we could abate the trash in the front yard and subsequently file an abatement lien.
What is that beeping? Okay, were you through?
I am.
Okay, I'm opening the public hearing on 1612 Southwest C Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Thank you for those quick seconds, by the way. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 1813 Southwest McKinley Avenue. Josh.
All right, thank you. 1813 Southwest McKinley Avenue, inactive water account since 2023. No current permits or active permits on this property as of this morning. We do have trim damage for over the front door, as well as rotted window sills, siding damage, more trim damage, and siding damage on the side of the house, and same side of the house, just on the bottom, siding damage. And the back side of the house, we do have siding damage as well as the trim damage, and more siding, more trim damage. Post on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, and we just need your name and address, please.
Stephen McReynolds, 2148 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Stephen McReynolds. Me and my partner own this and 11 more in that neighborhood. Yes, this one's not the prettiest right now. It is an eyesore. If you'd have seen this when we bought it, it has come a long way. We have been putting the time and money into it. We've been trying to focus on the other ones as well. Our attention has been divided. We've been doing this without creditors, without debts. So we're slow to get these things done, but they are getting done.
You've been working on the house?
Yes, sir. That original siding, or the wood siding on the bottom, I put in. The original siding had completely fallen off completely. The side that he showed you with the siding dropping, I have replaced all that already. Got some of it done on the backside. So
Everything you've done does not require permit, is that correct?
No, sir, it has not.
Okay. No permit exists on this? Okay. Okay, well, it sounds like your desire is to get it livable, and as you've heard, that's our desire too, to get it livable. And you understand the process. I've explained it a number of times already. You understand the process?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything else you want to say before I close the public hearing?
I think that's it, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And we got a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 5-0. Bringing up 2025 Northwest 24th Street. Council, we're going to take a break after this. After this item, agenda item. Go ahead, Josh.
I'm just waiting on the pictures. No, you're fine. All right, 2025 Northwest 24th Street, inactive water account since 2014. This is a duplex. We do have a hole in the roof as well as damaged soffits. Damage to the top portion of the porch covering. Be some more roof damage as well as trim. Soffit and trim damage on the carports, both sides of the property. More trim damage. Missing soffits. View from the inside of the house. Moving towards the back side of the house, we have, of course, more trim and soffit damage, missing, fallen off. Broken open windows and doors. Post on his property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2025 Northwest 24th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I will see if my voice does this. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 2409 Southwest C Avenue. Josh.
All right, 2409 Southwest C Avenue, inactive water account since 2016. No active permits since this morning pulled on this property. We do have some extensive roof damage. Rotted window sills, as well as siding damage and damage to the trim on the garage door. From the back side of the house, we do have more roof damage and trim damage up top. We do have rotted window sills and missing window sills. Posted on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2409 Southwest C Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and if you'll just give us your name and address, please.
My name is Dareth Tockefer, 813 Northwest Arlington Avenue, Lawton. Oh, I am the executor of this estate, and I've taken care of it since 2016. My dad had been living in it. He passed away. His sister just recently passed away. So now we can just finish the probate process on it. But I'm the one that is taking care of this and try to keep everybody out. It's the neighbors that have done all that.
Okay, and
just to get in there.
you understand the process. I've
Yes.
explained it several times. You understand that. Sounds
Yes,
like
I
your
do.
goal is to get it livable, and that's our goal too.
Yes, I would like to, and I'm actually going to try and get it taken into trust, tribal trust.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Council. Who's making a motion on this one?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 6-0, bringing up 2609 Southwest E Avenue.
Right, 2609 Southwest E Avenue, no water account found, no active permits pulled on this property as of this morning. We do have extensive siding damage on the top and the bottom of this garage structure. Cracks in the brick, possible foundation issues, as well as trim damage into the side of it as well. Rotted door frames and siding damage. We do have the trim from the top of the building actually separating, and siding damage to this secondary structure on the back. Unsecured kicked-in door, posted on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2609 Southwest E Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Got a motion and a second. Please vote. Is that my vote on this one? Okay, that happened so fast. Okay, motion carries 6-0, bringing up, and the last one of this section, 4628 Southwest G Avenue. Josh.
All right, 4628 Southwest G Avenue, inactive water account since 2022. No active permits pulled on this property as of this morning. All right, we do have damaged siding on this, as well as extensive hail damage on the front of the house, damaged trim and soffit, more damage to the trim and soffits, as well as roof damage, damage to the corner trim, and hail damage on the side of the house as well. More siding damage. The back side of the house, we do have a rotted trim and soffit and missing trim and missing window sills or window trim as well. Did post on this property June 12, 2024. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 4628 Southwest G Avenue. Anyone wish to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
And a motion and a second, please vote. Motion carries 6-0. We are going to take a little break, probably about 7 minutes, and I'm going to ask you to silence your phones, please.
That's my dive. Yeah, I want to answer.
Okay, if council will return to the dais, we're going to get started. Okay, council, please return to the dais. Council, please return to the dais. Okay, we've got 5. We're going to start. Okay, our meeting is back in order. Bringing up item 31. Is that where you thought we were?
Yes.
Okay. Receive a report on how the Pierce cities process small cell wireless facilities in their towns and provide direction to staff as necessary. Charlotte.
Okay, I will try to be as quick as possible. You all received this information in spreadsheet form. I put it in PowerPoint to make it a little easier. So currently, Moore, Norman, and Edmond have no small cell wireless facilities. Enid is under site selection at the moment. Midwest City and Broken Arrow have been deployed with small cell wireless facilities by U.S. Cellular. All 6 Pierce cities require some type of permit. There's 2 that require the council approved. There's a right-of-way permit. Enid does a use permitted on review. There's a revocable permit for non-franchise infrastructure in the right-of-way. I believe that is Norman. And then there's a small cell wireless facility permit. So these are just the plan submittal requirements. Of course, this is Lawton and Moore on this page. Everyone requires an application to be filled out by the applicant with a list of how everything's being done. They're all required to show plans. The majority of them do require everything to be stamped or sealed by a licensed surveyor or engineer registered in Oklahoma. Lawton, if it's co-located, they don't have to have that stamp or seal because we just want to verify they've got written permission from that utility company to co-locate and that the pole will support it. They do have to, on our plan, submit the height of the pole. More is GIS information, electrical supplied to the pole, documentation identifying the frequency on which the nodes operate. Midwest City application location, where all of them are going, photographs of the location and the immediate surrounding area. And then a composite depicting what it's going to look like when everything's done.
Charlotte,
Yes.
I think I can save some time here. All good information, but I
Yes.
think what council really wants to know is, are there any limitations in any of these cities that have small cell wireless facilities and putting them in residential areas or placing them near homes or anything of that nature?
No, there were no limitations relieving them out of the neighborhoods or the residential areas. Everyone essentially is doing the same thing that we are to a point.
Okay, did you talk to the planners there or whatever?
My admin talked to the majority of them. Enid was very, very laid back. They're like, they can just essentially go wherever the cell phone towers can go. Broken Arrow, we got in contact with, and they didn't really have a lot of information. Norman looks at it more or less like a franchise company or a non-franchise company, but it would be the same, where it has the special lease and we do the 3% sales tax like we do on our cable and revocable permits.
So do you have any recommendations for changing our process? Or do you feel like we have a good process after investigating our peer cities?
I feel like our process is really good and set up in a good way. We do have a code change on the agenda that's very minor, and then a fee change on today's agenda as well, after we looked at state statute and went back and did some comparisons.
Do you have anything else you want to say before the council starts asking questions?
Mm-mm.
Okay, council, you got questions? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Ms. Charlotte, on the applications, when they file an application and stating they're going to put in a wooden pole and they change that to a steel pole, does that require notification to the city?
Yes, any change to the approved plans would require notification to the city.
And how would that affect their permit?
Something like that would be a minor change. We would verify to make sure that it harmonizes with the existing utilities in the area, but that would be something minor that we could do at staff level.
Okay.
Other questions? Yes.
Yeah, I did kind of a Google search on, my thing is about the pole and the way it looked. Have you ever seen that kind of?
Mm-hmm. That looks very similar to what they've got
except
out.
ours is kind of galvanized.
They've got some wood ones. There's a wood one by Long John Silver's on Homestead, right there by the drive-through. They do have some wood ones.
Well, it just seems like they need to be somewhat more attractive than the ones there. I mean, this one I'm looking at here, and there were several that are like that. They didn't all look the same, but they're painted, and they really don't make the neighborhood look like it's got a steel pole, galvanized pole sitting in the middle. And I think that's what some people were kind of concerned about.
They're very, very similar to our traffic light poles that hold up the traffic lights and the street lights as well, is what I've seen compared to based on the pictures. And we do have US Cellular here, so they may be able to chime in on some of that. I know that I did reach out to them about maybe putting a solar head on top to maybe turn it into a type of street light, but the poles that have been installed were not configured for that, so there's no way without totally replacing all of the poles to do that.
Mr. Gill.
It sounds like we have a good policy in place for doing this, but because of the way that the cell towers work, they have to be in certain locations and not any more than a certain distance apart, which causes a few problems. I don't like government regulation or city regulation. I'm always against new laws, new codes and all of this, but it might be something we consider. I'm not recommending it, just we could consider possibly sending out a neighborhood within so many feet advanced notice that this tower is going to go up, and then just see what kind of response we get back. I don't want to open a bucket of
So
worms.
actually, so part of the, one of the further items down where we're reviewing the ordinance, that is one of the changes that we're putting into place, that they have to provide proof that they've mailed out notice to the property owners within 150 feet of that location in advance that, hey, this pole is coming.
As usual, you're ahead of me.
Yes.
Thank you.
What would it be like if we said none of these in front of a house and none on the side, you know, they have to be at a certain place, like maybe with the in the easement? I mean, we're not talking about a lot of feet difference to get one to the easement between.
Mayor, I
on the
think
sidewalk.
the issue with that, and I'd like for US Cellular to weigh in, but I think the issue with that is some of those areas aren't utility right-of-ways. So
They're what? Say again?
they're not utility right-of-ways, so they're privately owned, so they wouldn't have permission to put their pole there unless they,
Obtained an
Yeah,
easement from the property owner.
Okay, so that's fine. I'm not wanting them to put a pole where there's not a utility right of way, but I'm wanting to exhaust those possibilities before they put one in front of somebody's house, or maybe past the front of their house.
If I could go back and
Introduce
just,
yourself.
yeah. So my name is
Okay.
Erin Waits.
Okay.
I'm from US Cellular. I'm our network zoning and build compliance manager, and I have with me today Heather Reynolds of GSS, who's our site acquisition partner. I just want to kind of read what I prepared, but also say with regard to the public notice, I actually gave Charlotte the language that we see in cities throughout the country, which is what you guys are adding to your code. So with everything, we've jumped through every hoop possible before we even got to the formal application process and did extensive due diligence. But if it's okay, I'd like to just read what I prepared and hope that that answers some of the questions that have gone on during the last several council meetings. No, it's like 2 minutes. I know, it's long. No. Wireless is growing exponentially as a leading means of communication around the world, with the demand for connectivity and capacity soaring among all users, consumers, businesses, public safety, education, healthcare, and so on. US Cellular recognizes this need for better coverage and capacity, specifically in the city of Lawton, to address the growing demand. The Oklahoma legislative branch and the FCC have taken several steps to provide substantial support and guidance for municipalities to utilize in the development of small cell wireless facility processes to support this growing demand. Additionally, as you know, the city of Lawton took several steps to update their code of ordinances to allow for this critical infrastructure. We believe that you've, as a city, have gone beyond what is required to further protect the interest of the greater city. To date, we have worked extensively with the City of Lawton's Community Services Department to deploy our facilities. Each of our sites was reviewed and permitted in compliance with Chapter 20, Streets and Sidewalks, Article 2-5, Small Cell Wireless Facilities in the City of Lawton's Code of Ordinances. All of these facilities were placed within the City of Lawton's public right-of-way and adhere to the city's standard of utility placement within said public right-of-way. Our small cells are designed to cover areas of high traffic that need additional capacity to support the high network usage of our existing cell sites. So think of those traditional towers that you typically see. But what we're trying to do is get close to where the end user is, where there's so much stress and traffic. Each of the 24 sites were selected based on the need to offload these macro sites in our network. It's critical that our sites are deployed in close proximity. That's why everywhere they are in the public right-of-way. And moreover, moving these around the corner can affect our macro network and even interfere with the network, depleting service further. So often, if you place one even a block away from the concentration of users, you're not getting any offloading experience. What I want to end on talking about is that the 2 most recent city council meetings, you've discussed revoking 2 of our permits. I want to note that during the initial review process, feedback was given by the city and incorporated into our applications for these sites. This led to tweaks and modifications. For example, Lawton CRAN 3, located at 7990 Northwest Micklegate Boulevard, was moved from its originally proposed location that was 1 block north. This was at the recommendation of the Community Services Department. The pole locations are often moved slightly during construction because not all underground utility coordinates are often identified. That is why this was not placed at the original location, was off by about a foot. It's because there was an underground irrigation system. And the instance of CRAN 19 located near 6432 Northwest Arrowhead Drive, this is is adjacent to the property, not in front. And we had looked at alternative locations and looked at those specifically brought up during the council meeting on June 11th. The area behind the property is a utility easement and per code not viable. The two parks, Crosby Park and Great Plains Park, do not have public right-of-way and therefore per code would not have been viable. So there was no alternative per the code where we could have obliged by the code, followed the rules, and still deployed. So in closing, US Cellular really prides itself on the strong relationships we build with the city. Charlotte and her staff have been phenomenal partners. We've worked very hard to follow your code of ordinances. And at this time, I ask that you not revoke our permit and understand that we did everything we could within the code and tried to even suggest language for the future.
About revoking, that's the next item. But I want to say something. Maybe I'm taking what you're saying wrong.
Okay.
But this council's job is to represent the citizens of the city.
Correct.
The True North statement says we exist solely to serve the citizens. We appreciate US Cellular, but we represent the citizens, okay? So when we have a citizen question, we have to bring up questions and we have to discover options. That doesn't mean we're against small cell wireless. I think everybody here has expressed that they want small cell
And if I led
wireless.
that to be the case, that was not my intention. I'm just trying to explain from a connectivity standpoint the importance of why we selected where the sites are.
So, okay, so thank you. I can't believe that there's not some variance in where a pole is placed. 10 feet, 2 feet, 10 feet, 50 feet, 100 feet. There's some variance in that. It doesn't have to be exactly on a spot, I don't believe. I'm not an engineer though. And so it's our job to try to figure out how we build this relationship between our small cell wireless provider that we need and want, and still accommodate the citizens of the city of Lawton, because they're why we exist. They're the only reason we exist.
Absolutely.
The only reason. So, you know, we're going to be questioning those things, and maybe my question for you is, what is the distance variance that there
It
can
is
be?
completely based on the terrain and looking at a map. So the
And so
variance
I
that
bet
could
you have software that tells you where a pole can be.
Sure. My point on talking about 19, for example, is that on the June 11th council meeting, you suggested locations that per the code weren't viable locations for us to pursue as code was written. So that's why we didn't pursue them and why Charlotte in the review never suggested them. That's what I mean. We were following.
So I'm wondering what an example of per the code, they were not viable options. Can you tell me what that means, Charlotte?
So, for example, in order for her to go into the park, because it's city-owned property and it's not a utility easement or public right-of-way, she would have had to obtain easements to go onto the property and then make sure that she still meets all the clearances from sewer and water and all of that.
Okay, and so I get your per the code statement, but you need to understand we change the code. We decide what the code is, and to accommodate the citizen, we would probably be happy to put this in a park if that made it work and you could use it. So Do you understand, we can change
I
the
understand.
code.
I think that's why we actually, when you asked us to move 3, we did have a conversation about it. We talked through the existing water and sewer complex that were there, our additional residential concerns that existed, and for the first time we heard, oh, you could get a waiver. Well, this was new information after we already spent, it's not just the time, but extensive due diligence goes in as what's required by the FCC, and these sites have been in the works since 2020. So I understand now we're hearing there's flexibility, and that's great moving forward, and there's great protections now with things that we suggested based on hearing feedback for the code, but we did everything we did based on code as it is and what the state legislation is and what the FCC has made as a mandate since 2018.
Okay, thank you, and I get that. And what causes us to change code is something doesn't work, and this isn't working, potentially not working. Now, here's my question to you, because I know you want good public relations, right?
I want to be a friend to cities. It's not even about public relations. We're a city, or we're a company that prides ourselves on being in the community. So
Yes.
that.
So, what if you had an item, what if you told us where you could put it instead of putting it in front of a house? Or in the front yard, even if it's if it's on a corner around.
We did go through
What
this.
if you told us where you could put it? Can you locate it somewhere else instead of saying, I want it right there? What if you said,
That
here are
is-
my options?
I don't know if Charlotte would agree, and Heather can, but that's how the whole process starts before we even got to formal applications, this is where we're going. And then our initial construction drawings were marked up with feedback on what tweaks and modifications should be made. So like one site, we did move around the corner 1 block north based on feedback like that.
And
So
okay,
I believe this whole thing was an iterative process to get us to having approval.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for, now then I want to know what that process was. You moved it after the customer complained?
We moved it before permitting, so as city was doing their initial review.
We started review on these back in 2021, and we did a handful then, and then we did another handful last year. Public Utilities is actually the one who did most of the reviews, and so they're the ones that verified that we were away from water, away from sewer, back of curb, as many feet as it's required. They're the ones that, and there were some that were like, nope, sorry, you can't go there. And so then they had to go back and look and resubmit, and that was before we ever did a formal submittal.
Okay, so are you telling me that you do everything you can to keep them out of people's front yards?
No.
Because I'm going to tell you, I don't want one of these in my front yard.
I reviewed the drawings myself. I rejected every one that had one in the front yard of a home.
You say that again
I
for me.
rejected every proposed drawing that had one in the front of a house. They had to move it out from in front of the house. If there was no other place around there to go, around the corner was always better to go around the corner as far toward the back of the lot as they could go. Many of them were marked up, you have to move around here. But if they had to go on a location and there was a strip of houses, they moved it as far away from in front of the house as possible. Also, we looked at what the power, if it had wood power poles, if it had metal street lights, and that's part of the harmonization. They had to match what the existing infrastructure had, and that's the harmonization. If it was wood poles, they were allowed to use wood poles. If it was metal or composite poles, the drawings were marked up that it had to be metal or composite poles. Yeah.
First of all, what you described sounds beautiful. I'm wondering how we got one in front of this lady's house.
I can show you a photo. It's adjacent.
We have, when we get to that one, we have a photo for
Okay.
everyone to look
It's in
at.
between
Okay,
the
so I'm
property lines.
satisfied with Rusty's explanation. I'm satisfied with what I've heard of our process.
We tried to move them. We wanted them in the rear easements, and there is no reason they cannot be other than in a rear utility easement. They are a utility. They can go in a rear utility easement if that easement's there. The problem with, they can only access so far up that easement with their equipment without demolition of fences and storage buildings. So that was a constriction there, that they could not move into the rear utility easements.
Okay, unless somebody else has questions, we're going to move to the next one. Stay close.
Okay.
Stay close, Rusty. Does anybody else have questions on this?
No.
I do.
Yes, Ms. Williams.
I have a question. I heard one of the citizens said something about it devaluing their property. Is that accurate?
I didn't get a chance to reach out. Have you had any experience with that?
I can share you some articles that we see the opposite from our trade organization. Sorry.
Yeah.
I can send Charlotte information from CTIA, which is the Cellular Industries Trade Organization, that says there's been no impact. If anything, positive, knowing that people are able to be connected if Wi-Fi is not available.
For clarity, I did some research on this as well, and it depends on who the trade industry is. There are arguments for and against property value, devaluing the property. It really depends on which trade organization is promoting their point of view.
If I may, Mayor, also you've got to take into consideration to have that service in that area is a plus, where if you didn't do it, you wouldn't have 5G and someone might move somewhere else. So it's probably more positive than it would be negative.
I found a location the other day because I had really bad cell service.
Okay, any further, yes, Mr.
Yeah, I just, as you've noticed, Rusty, I heard what you're saying, but one of the pictures that we had from one of the citizens, it was a galvanized pole and everything else was wood around it. And that was the issue that I had, and after looking at some of these other decorative poles that are on Google, and they're 5G poles, then I think that the beautification and what you said should follow, Rusty. But I don't know if that one pole fell out of the loop, but it was a galvanized pole in the middle of that housing addition.
Do you have the location?
In that middle of that housing addition with wood poles all around there.
Okay. On the metal poles. Okay, on the poles, it's composite or metal steel poles, depending on what the neighborhood has. If they have the composite poles, then it needs to be a composite pole, and the color needs to match the composite poles. Steel poles, if the street lights are steel poles, they need to be steel poles, and they need to match in color of the steel poles. So
Makes sense to me.
That's part of that harmonization.
I'm with you. I'm
Now-
totally with you. But it was
now
just
the
that
si-
one
the-
picture that I saw that one of the constituents brought in, and it looked out of place to me. Is why I brought that up.
Were there wood poles there? Yes, just a wood pole.
I'm assuming there's no action on this and you're ready to go to the specific item next. Okay, I'm moving on, seeing no further discussion. Consider revoking the small cell wireless facility revocable permit for the small cell wireless facility located adjacent to 6432 Northwest Arrowhead Drive and take action as necessary. Charlotte.
Okay, this is the one that we brought on June 11th. So we added some pictures to the PowerPoint. The pole is on the north side. It's actually off of Cheyenne. She is addressed off of Arrowhead. So this is actually as close as you can get to what's her rear property line on the side without going over into the adjacent property. These are the areas that were mentioned last time. You can still see we've got the pole location marked, the Great Plains Park to the north, and that utility easement on the south where it kind of angles back behind the 67th apartment complex. And this is the pole. So you've got the one on the right is looking north, and the one on the left is looking to the south. This was a foot off in based on the measurements of the plans, which to me is not that big a deal. This is a composite pole that was required to be composite due to the area in the neighborhood. Any
Okay.
questions?
What I don't think I heard was an explanation on the sites that were mentioned by Mr. Harris.
On the Great Plains and the public easement, I visited with them, and US Cellular has stated that both of those are not feasible due to coverage issues. But once again, that's why Aaron is, and they couldn't go in the park without obtaining utility easements. So, but that's also why Aaron is here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, there simply is no right-of-way, and that's why it wasn't pursued, because per the code, we're supposed to be in the public right-of-way.
Okay, now, council, we do have 2 requests to speak, so we need to hold our comments to asking questions only, and we'll give comments later. Does anybody have questions? Okay, at this time, I'm going to open the floor to Connie Wood, and then
I'm probably
The other one is Aaron.
Oh, okay. Connie.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and council persons. I'm here today because this is a huge steel pole right, we're on the corner. It is out of place. It's not within regulation, even though it's only a foot one way and 3 feet the other way. It means a lot to us. It will affect our property. There's no other poles in our neighborhood that is huge like this. I thought that was a great idea that Mr. Harris had to locate it to the back side of us in that utility easement between those apartments and the back of the houses. This is in front of my next door neighbor's house, right in the front of her house. It is what we consider the front of our house because it's right there in the easement, right by our driveway, where we are planning on building a parking spot for our RV. And I'm here to request that that permit be revoked. And, I'm all for 5G service, but not at the expense of being in my front yard, which it's in my front yard. It is around the corner, but it's still my front yard. There's no street poles in my neighborhood that are huge like this. It's just very disturbing. I was never made aware this was going to happen. One day I come out and here's this huge steel pole. It doesn't have electricity hooked up to it yet, so it could be moved. And I don't see where 150 feet would make that much difference. I'm not an expert, but that's just common sense. I don't think that anybody would want this kind of a pole right out in front of their house.
Okay, I think we get the point, but it looks to me like there is a power pole in the corner of your front yard.
There's no power pole.
Maybe that's not your yard.
There's a street sign, little skinny street sign. There's a wooden one on 67th Street, because I'm a block off of 67th Street on the corner of
Okay.
Arrowhead and Cheyenne.
Can you go back a slide on me? That one right there. You live in the house with the 2 cars in the driveway?
Yes,
Yep.
the 2 white
She's
vehicles.
this house right here.
And so the front of your house is on Arrowhead Drive, and I think that's your address, isn't it?
Technically,
Mhm.
and then it's
So
my
this is the
next door
side.
neighbor, it's to the, in front of her house,
Yeah.
because her front faces Cheyenne, not 67th Street. So it's right in the front of her house. She's not been able to come.
Just because it was brought up last time as well, you say it's not within regulations. What do you mean?
Because the city worker, I believe Charlotte sent a city worker out, and he came out and I met him. When they came to put the electricity in, I was on the phone with someone and I got the measurements and I measured, And those fellas said, oh yeah, this is not in regulation.
Okay, it's not where they said it was going to be, but it's the 3-foot one off. Is that what you're
One
meaning?
off,
It's
3
a
feet.
foot.
So it's
a
within
foot.
regulation. It's just not where it was
It's just-
supposed to be.
yeah, it's
The point
just
is,
a
is
foot
it
off, and it-
still would need moved, and I don't understand why it can't be moved 150 feet and not be.
It wanted to move, so it was placed there because your site, it wasn't accurate, correct? The utility locates weren't exactly accurate,
There
so
was
it's 4 feet
if
off.
something's moved, it means there was a conflict underground, and oftentimes.
And those adjustments can be made. Okay, when you say
Yes.
regulation.
Yes,
It's-
everything was done in compliance
Okay.
with the code.
That's what I was checking to make sure. Okay.
I was told it was not within compliance.
Okay, so thank you for coming. Okay, and the other person you said was US Cellular, right? Okay. All right, it appears to me that you're placing this pole just as I described on the side. The house on the corner, you can see here that is a garage, and their house is on the south portion of their structure. So I would consider that a side yard. And I think that is exactly what I described, of being as close as you could be to the center. What would be a utility easement if there was one in the center? So I'm satisfied.
Right here at Cheyenne and Cheyenne, the street lights right there, you can see right there, that is a metal galvanized street light pole, right at that location right there.
Yeah.
And that's what it is, to harmonize with the street lights. Now, this one is bigger, not disagreeing. This one is bigger, but it's still the galvanized.
Mark the street light again, Rusty. I didn't see.
It's located right there. You can see the reflection. It's the street light right there. You see the shadow of it and the settings. That's a galvanized steel pole.
Right there it is.
Councilman Gill, if you guys would like to talk for a moment, I can try to pull up Google Maps and get a street level view of.
We're good,
Okay.
we're good. Council, do y'all have any questions or comments or motions? The recommendation from staff is to not revoke.
Correct.
We can have no action
To
if
not,
we want
to not revoke this particular.
Right.
Whose ward is that?
It's Ward 6.
We can have no action. There's 3 things we can do, council. We can vote to accept the staff's recommendation. We can vote against the staff's recommendation and revoke it, or we can take no action.
Do we have to make a motion to take no action?
No, you just remain quiet. Okay, I'm going to wait about 15 more seconds and I'm moving on. I'm going to assume there's no action. Mr. Uyghur?
I don't think I'm satisfied. I would like to know from US Cellular, is moving that tower really going to create that? I would like to see something to prove that that's really going to impact the signal. If you were to move that 150 feet.
But that's not the right of way, so we followed the code.
Well, you
Well,
did,
She also
excuse me, but you, on your application, it says a wooden pole. It doesn't say a galvanized pole.
But the plans were approved as noted, so we noted on the plans for a galvanized composite pole, and so it was approved with those notes, with those conditions on there.
Okay.
So that was staff that did that. And she also just informed me that they can't go in the public utility easement because it's actually FCC illegal.
No, if
Or-
you take away an area where you could be, that's considered a moratorium, which per the FCC is illegal.
Okay. So
Listen, I'm trying very hard to work with the city. This is why when Charlotte asked us to move the other site, even though it's placed in the exact same manner, we said, we'll work with one. We can't move everything because it all has a domino effect, and we've
Understand.
already constructed these and have been working for a long time on it. So I think we did take a lot of feedback in how we placed these poles. And I think that my commitment showing here's public notice information that we use in other cities. If you want to see what we mail, I'll give you however we can. All the Pierce City information, I gave Charlotte what I had and what I knew. So I understand that it's hard to please everyone. I know you guys have a very tough job representing the wards that you represent. US Cellular is committed to continuing to take feedback and do what we can, but these areas, per the code, weren't areas to be pursued.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion. We accept the staff's recommendation.
Have a motion to accept the staff's recommendation. Is there a second? Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion fails. What's your next move?
Mayor,
Your-
I have a next move, probably not what you want though. Because there's a split vote there and to make that record public, who voted what, I need
Okay.
to call roll.
Okay.
Gill,
Yes.
Hampton,
No.
Uyghur,
No.
Williams.
No.
Hankins,
Just you second. I
We go
think,
by, the well,
I think Ms. Hankins might have voted yes. Yeah. Okay, so now we're down to we've got to check for just a minute to check the rules to see if this was to be switched, if we could revoke it with a 3-2 vote. I don't think we can.
Missouri.
It would just be chapter 20-5, section 20-5 is the.
But the thing is, you have to give us 90-day notice of revocation and allow us to fix it.
We do, there is a 90-day notice of a written notice requirement. So if it is revoked, we have to give them 90 days to move it and remove all that remove it at
Or
their.
revise.
Or revise. Yes.
But I would have come on June 11th. Like, I tried to come on the 28th. I can't help weather.
Okay, so we think this simple majority can revoke if somebody wants to make the motion, or there's going to be no action.
So let me, I'm out revocation for cause of convenience. I'm just going through this real fast.
Okay, so we're waiting. Okay, council, do you have a motion?
I move to revoke.
Motion to revoke in a second. Discussion or debate? Pardon? It's already moved. That's second. You're moving to revoke the
On what
permit
grounds are we getting it revoked?
for that one.
What are the grounds going to be for the
Remove to revoke
revocation?
a revocable permit at this place. Okay?
What are our grounds going?
We're prepared for that.
Since it's a revocable permit, council's discretion would be the basis for.
But what's the cause?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. The discussion or debate is for the council. Does the council wish to discuss or debate? Then please vote.
Well, before we vote, I've got a question.
Okay?
We're voting to revoke the permit of the cell tower. In consequence, that tower will have to be moved, correct?
All this is doing is revoking the permit. We'll provide 90 days notice. It says where the revocation is based on failure to comply, we have to do that, but it doesn't say it has to be based on anything in particular. It's cause or condition.
But if we revoke it, they'll have to take the tower down?
Yes, it
Okay.
will have to be removed. They'll remove all permitted facilities located in the permitted areas within 90 days after the expiration or revocation of the permit. Permittees shall restore the grounds and all remaining infrastructure to their pre-existing conditions and restore to city code standards.
Please vote.
I'm going to call roll on this one.
Okay.
Okay. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Hankins. Gill.
Okay, so the motion to revoke carries 3-2. I still think we have a rules problem here.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a
And
question?
Pardon?
She has a question.
Could we get a continuance to per
No, we've
Council
already voted. We've already voted.
Wagner? Okay.
We've already voted. I still think we have a rules problem. And I think you need to check Council Policy 1-6 and see if this automatically gets continued to the next meeting. You might want to wait and listen to this.
Mayor, the policy or the provision that you're referring to in 1-6, if the individuals that are absent from the vote, if their vote would change the outcome of this vote,
Yeah.
then it can be reconsidered at the next meeting. That's what the council policy
So it's up to
says.
them to bring it back, or since you have 1, 2, 3 missing,
Yeah, I don't know who would be the driver there. I would suspect it would have to be one of the absent.
Here's where we are right now. The motion to revoke is 3-2. It's up to the legal to make a
Hold on,
determination.
Tim's sending me something real quick. I don't see 1-6, all it has is the policy is approved by legal. Municode has not put the actual policy in
It's on
here.
there.
So I don't see where it is. It's only the letter.
Look at the next one.
It's under the council policy link off the website.
Where is that? That's 1-7.
Huh.
But this is 1-6. It's not the actual policy. It's just an interdepartmental memorandum. 1 second, I'm checking something here real quick. Ordinance without emergency clause. I should have brought this form up. So an ordinance without an emergency clause based on the charter sections 2-11, 2-13, 5 votes are required for passage. That is based on the charter. That is what Tim just sent me. I'm going to check that right now and make
But
sure.
we're voting on revoking a permit, not an ordinance.
Well, right. Let me look here real quick. Hold on. Oh, what is he? Hold on. Oh, I see what he's saying. Never mind. Okay, it's not, because it's not an ordinance resolution, it's a strict majority. That's what he's talking about. All right. We've got it, sorry.
Okay, so you're telling me that this vote stands?
Yes.
You're telling me this vote stands?
Yes.
Without regard to the council members that are absent?
Right. Because it's a revocation of a permit, it's not an ordinance or resolution.
Okay, so apparently the motion stands. Okay?
Sorry, it confused me with that text.
So it's over.
It's over unless we waive the rules to rehear it, and somebody's got to bring it back up. We're done for the day. Moving on to 35. consider approving a resolution that would increase the amount of assistance and development financing included in the redevelopment agreement between the City of Lawton, the Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Lawton Fort Sill Economic Development Corporation, and Fisher 59 Properties LLC, with said increase to be based on updated cost estimates for public improvements associated with the project. Richard.
Just to give you all a little background, on April of this year, you all approved a redevelopment agreement with Fisher 59, between Fisher 59, the Lawton Economic Development Authority, the Lawton Economic Development Corporation, and the City of Lawton. The short part of it is it's a 100,000 square foot brand new distribution facility, maintaining 60 jobs within the community and adding 30 more over a period of time. They'll be making a significant investment to build that new facility. That facility will be, or would be once, council activated. It's in a tax incentive finance district, and our investment in this project, or the community's investment in this project, can be repaid with the TIF district. Now, originally, the agreement allows that, or provides that the council, along with the LEDC is putting all the proceeds for their sale of the property towards this as well. So, you're kind of both in the now. What it says is it's only going to reimburse the actual construction costs and design costs for the off-site public improvements. That hasn't changed at all. That's still this situation that we have. However, the original estimate that we had for those public improvements was kind of, I know you hear this a lot, was pre-COVID. And we were using the costs that were for a similar project at PepsiCo. This project, is only, like 1,000 feet away from that roadway extension. This is extending Gilbert Gibson. So the cost has gone up. So the developer, so in that agreement, it actually had, well, the initial cap is this, but there was a provision for the council to consider an adjusted cap on that total amount that would be reimbursed, okay? So this is still based on an estimate. It's an estimate from a contractor based on the plans. Now, it was on the agenda a couple of weeks ago, and you all struck it because the developer agreed that the plans weren't approved and there were significant red lines. And we were hoping that those significant red lines would reduce the cost overall of the project. Well, we did reduce the cost of the storm drainage, but then unfortunately, our red lines increased the cost of the water so that the estimate more or less is the same as it was. And so our recommendation is to set a new adjusted cap at $2.9 million, which includes $2.6 million of the estimated construction cost, and then a little more money, another $300,000 for the soft costs of design and bonding and that sort of thing. They asked for a $300,000 contingency, which we're recommending that you not include because this is based on an estimate, not a bid, and so we're satisfied believing that what you should do, you would raise the cap for just the estimated actual costs.
Okay, so this is public improvements only.
Off-site public improvements only.
Off-site public improvements. No other incentives were given to this company. Yes. No cash incentives.
No, and let me just restate one more thing. The entire investment will be paid back by the Tax Incentive Finance District. Now, we can pay it back with this particular only project, but it takes a good amount of time. However, these improvements increase the value of all that airport industrial center. So there's a good chance that the other facilities, as we get more people into that center, we won't need to invest in public improvements. So there'll be no incentive, and so the tax incentive finances, the TIF money that's revenue from those projects can also go back to pay this one back faster.
Okay, well, that makes sense. We're the developer of the land. We basically own it through
Yes.
LEDC, and we're the developer, so we have to put in utilities. I
Yes.
get it. Questions?
This is the land out there at the airport where PepsiCo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And in fact, we're actually trying to
you
market.
might explain where that's at.
It's the Airport Industrial Park is kind of beside the airport at the south end of the runway, just north of the interchange of 11th Street and I-44. So it's kind of.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve this.
Do I have a second?
Wait, 1 second. So
you said there's a mismatch of the dollar amount, correct?
No, the dollar amount is the same. So in the resolution that you had in your packet, part of the whereas is I walked you through all the estimates. They changed slightly. The numbers in the whereas is changed slightly, but the now therefore is exactly the same, which is actually the important part of the resolution.
I'll go back to my original motion, and Mr. Mayor, make a motion we approve this. This will be good for the city of Lawton.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve and a second. Discussion or debate. Please vote.
I just want to make sure y'all are aware there was.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
You bet.
Yeah.
I'd rather be
But the
right.
total is the same.
Motion carries 5-0. That brings up, you guys are welcome to watch me and make sure I don't leave one out from all the moving around. But item 40, consider holding a public hearing.
Do we need emergency on that?
Hold on, which one?
The one we just approved, do we need to do an
I
emergency?
don't think I have it.
I don't know why that'd be, Rich, that doesn't need to be an emergency, does it?
I don't think it's
No.
got one on here, no.
Okay, item 40, consider holding a public hearing and approving an ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning, amending section 1844404.1, division 1841, article 18.4, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by allowing legal non-conforming lots and parcels to be built on if said lot or parcel was established prior to November 10, 1964, and allowing for floor amendments if necessary. Christie.
Not that I don't want to move this along, but what about 37 and 38?
We. Thank you so much. Yes. Yes. Strike 37 and 38 per the city manager. I believe those will show up on the next agenda. Thank you.
Okay, this code, well, I guess back up. Longtime Lawtonians will know that we have several lots in Lawton Heights and Lawton View area that are 25-foot lots. Back when they were platted years and years and years ago, most property owners end up having 2 lots, which made it a 50-foot frontage. But over time, those have been split off, they've been divided, sold, and so we have a lot of 25-foot lots. Per current code, a buildable lot, if it was established before the November 10th, 64, was 35 feet. So that did not help all 25-foot lots throughout town. Staff estimates there's probably about thousands of lots between Lawton Heights, Lawton View, parcels that have been divided over the years. And so November 10th, 64 date is important date to zoning code. That's about when the current...
Let me interrupt you. There's already structures on a lot of these, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Mayor. We'll go ahead and accept this.
Have a motion to accept and a second.
Helping you along.
Mayor?
We have to hold a public hearing.
Okay, we have and you waive the reading of the ordinance to read the title only?
Yes. Public
We have
hearing.
a second, waive the, okay.
You have to have a public hearing.
Okay, we better have a public hearing.
Sorry.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. I'm back to the motion and the second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
Well, I got to
Oh, you got to read it.
An ordinance amending section 18-4-1-404.1, division 18-4-1, article 18-4, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to open spaces by allowing legal non-conforming lots and parcels to be built on if said lot or parcel was established prior to November 10th, 1964, providing for severability and establishing effective date.
Please vote. I like the way you read fast. You trying to get
It's
us
getting
out of
late.
here. Can you tell I'm ready to go? Motion carries 5-0.
Dinner time.
Hold a public, item 41, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance for rezoning request from Megan Graham for the property located at 208 Northwest 31st Street, Lawton, Oklahoma, 73505, changing the zoning from R1 Single Family Dwelling District to R2 Two Family Dwelling District, zoning classification for a duplex, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Cameron.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. This is a rezoning request located off of 31st Street north of Arlington behind Comanche Hospital. This is currently vacant property. It was used as a backyard for the property located off of Northwest 32nd Street, the 303 address. As you can see, they bought the lots, extended their backyard. Their intent now is to split that off and develop it as a duplex. The proposed site plan for this duplex, as you can see, Unit A and Unit B with 2 driveways. Here's the proposed layout for that. Here's a zoomed in of that house. A very large duplex. The rezoning request is from R1 to R2 to allow this duplex to be constructed. As you can see, the surrounding area is R1. The proposed zoning would be R2 for these 2 lots. Current land use is low density residential. There's no change for that. This was noticed to 34 property owners within 300 feet on June 3rd, posted lot in Constitution on June 9th. We received a phone call in favor of this from one of the surrounding neighbors, and this went to the City Planning Commission on May 30th with a recommendation to the council to approve the rezoning.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make...
Hold on.
I'm ready.
This time I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing. Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I was going to make a motion that we go ahead and accept this change of zoning.
Waive the reading of the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Did somebody second it? Somebody did down at the end. Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the R1 Single Family Dwelling District to R2 Two Family Dwelling District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1 hereof, approving the site plan attached as Exhibit A and authorizing changes to be made upon the official zoning map in accordance with this ordinance.
Please vote. One more vote. Motion carries 5-0. I'm on 42. Consider holding a public hearing and approve an ordinance establishing the number of parking spaces required for stadiums, sports fields, and arenas with and without fixed seating and allowing for floor amendments if necessary. Christie.
Okay, Council, you may remember this one was with a rezoning request. We currently do not have a parking requirement for sports fields that do not provide fixed seating. So we were told to come back and bring a code. This is the code that requires 1.3 parking spots per sports participant. I'll go with further if you need me to.
Nothing prior to this in our planning?
Not without fixed seating. We did have something that showed fixed seating, but a lot of soccer field stuff these days don't provide the fixed seating.
This isn't a public hearing, is it?
Yes, it is.
No, we've got to have a public hearing. You're supposed to hold your comments right now to questions. I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. You can ask that in a minute. I've opened the public hearing. Come on up, ma'am. It's a public hearing.
My name's Leanne Enderley, 316 Northwest 32nd Street. My question is this going to be a cemented parking spot or is this going to be gravel? I just want a little bit more clarification of that 1.3.
Yeah, per code, it would have to be a solid sealed surface. The applicant could always apply to the Board of Adjustments for a variance, but code does require a solid sealed surface.
Anybody else? Close the public hearing. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. This was for those soccer fields that were on J Avenue.
This is a result of the rezoning of the soccer fields, but this is not directly tied to it, but this will be the code we use.
So this is just part of cleaning it up before we bring that back?
Yes, we did not have a parking code requirement for athletic fields that did not provide fixed seating, so this is just cleaning that code up. This will have the code in place for that to be brought back to council.
I think this is excellent. Good work. Good work.
Thank you.
Well, I'm going to make a motion that we do not accept this, that we just leave it as it has been in the past. Make it a lot simpler, a lot easier. I don't see a requirement or a need for it. We haven't had a problem with it. So I'm going to make that motion, see how it goes.
Okay, your motion is to
No, the motion is not to
not
change,
accept the staff
establish
recommendation.
a
Okay,
parking
is there a second? Motion to not accept the recommendation, is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of second. Council,
Motion to approve with the reading.
have motion to approve, waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. I'll read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to planning and zoning amending section 18-8-1-805, division 18-8-1, article 18-8, chapter 18, Lawton City Code 2015, by designating the number of required parking spaces for stadiums, sports fields, and arenas, providing for severability, allowing floor amendments, and establishing an effective date.
Okay, 4-1, requires 5 for an ordinance. This
Motion
moves to the
fails.
next agenda.
It's going to fail, yes.
Automatically goes on the next agenda, right?
Quick question. Since this was a public hearing, do we have to renotice?
I think we've probably satisfied
Yeah,
that.
we've
We
satisfied
had a public hearing, so,
It's been opened and closed.
yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Item 43, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to streets and sidewalks by amending section 20-5-502 through 20-5-507, Article 20-5, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015, by changing Community Service Director to Planning Director, changing City Engineer to Public Utilities Director, changing the requirement for permission from the adjacent property owners to the applicant shall notify all property owners within 150 feet of the proposed small cell wireless facility, provide proof to the planning director at time of application, providing for severability, establish an effective date, and allowing for floor amendment. Charlotte.
Okay, I'll be real quick. It's all there in the title. Excuse me. So essentially, I'm handing this back over to the planning department, which is where it should be. I held that seat, for a year and a half, and so it really should be under that because it's very similar to the communication revocable permits that we already do. So this ordinance changes the community services director back to planning. It references the city engineer, but the city engineer never actually looked at the plans. That was all done by the public utilities director. And then we've also added the language that I did get from US Cellular that they have to provide proof that they've notified those property owners within 150 feet of that proposed pole.
Questions? Motions? Surely there's a question if there's no motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion we approve this.
A motion to approve, waive the reading of the
Waive the
ordinance, and
reading
read
of the
the
ordinance
title
and
only.
read the
I heard a
title only.
second. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to streets and sidewalks by amending sections 20-5-502 through 20-5-507, Article 20-5, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015, by changing Community Services Director to Planning Director, changing City Engineer to Public Utilities Director, changing the requirement for permission from adjacent property owners to the applicant shall notify all property owners within 150 feet of the proposed small cell wireless facility and provide proof to the Planning Director at time of application, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote.
I was just doing this a little slower to give them.
I'll make up for it.
One more.
Somebody didn't vote, Alan.
Motion carries 5-0. And that brings up item 44, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Chapter 20, Streets and Sidewalks by amending Article A-20-5, Small Cell Wireless Facility. Charlotte.
So this is just a small change. The current code has the annual use fee, which is their right to use our right-of-ways at $250 per facility. We are taking that down to $20 per facility because during recent review of the state statutes, it says that the authority is not permitted to charge more than $20 per facility. And I have verified with the city attorney who was aware of the requirement when it went into effect. It was just something that we missed when we originally wrote the code.
Questions or motion?
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve this.
Make a motion that we approve.
We approve the fees.
And when the second came before the motion, but I'm assuming. Okay. And this is a resolution, so we can just discussion or debate. Please vote. One more, 5-0, motion carries. Item 45, discuss moving forward with the adoption of the 2018 International Code Council codes and the 2017 National Electric Code as amended by the Oklahoma Uniform Building Code Commission, and direct staff as necessary. Hi, Heath.
Hey, how are you, sir?
Heath is here as extra support and to answer some additional questions and to look pretty. So in 2021, staff brought forward the 2015 commercial codes and the
Can I interrupt you because I'm going to make a motion to deny this because it needs to come before the Oversight Committee. We need to look at it and review it, take some time.
I think it's supposed to go. Isn't it supposed to go before the
Building Development Appeals Board is the
Okay.
one who wrote, and they have seen the commercial side of things, and they actually approved it back in 2022 for us to move forward on the commercial side, but they have not seen the 2018 residential.
But we haven't.
Is there a reason you're bringing it to us without going through them?
So this is just a discussion item. This is just to get direction. This is not approving the ordinance. This is just to get direction from you because there are some downfalls if we do not adopt the 2018 codes, which is currently what the state is under. And one of those items is we could lose our authority having jurisdiction, which means the fire marshals could no longer review plans or do inspections.
And that's all good. I've already gone through all of that. But we did have an agreement a year ago that when we changed the codes, the building codes, that it would go through the Oversight Committee. Now, that was my agreement in that committee with
And that's what, yes, if you want us, to go that direction,
because there's a
then-
lot of different things. Now, I've gone over the fire with the fire marshal, and it's all fine. I don't have any problems there. But there's a lot of other things in there we need to look at, particularly the electrical, because I've looked at that, and I do have some problems with the electrical. So
Okay.
this is something
Okay.
that we need to walk before we run.
Okay, so here's
Okay.
what we'll do. You can get with the clerk and schedule an oversight committee. You can get with Mr. Gill before then, and he's going to ask more questions than anybody, so you might as well get with him and discuss it. And you can go ahead and take it to the Building Development Appeals
Yes.
Board.
Yeah, we're planning on that sometime
And
next month.
we can move forward, okay? Right?
Okay.
All right. Anybody else want input on this? Okay, we're moving on.
Okay.
46, consider an ordinance pertaining to administration amending section 2313-382 and creating section 2313-385, division 2313 of article 23, chapter 2, Lawton City Code, 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adjusting the number of members for the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women and adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establish an effective date. Donna Lynn, you must be the staff information source on this.
That is me. Super quick and easy. We are taking away the seats that are assigned by the county, and we're adding participating alternates to kind of help that board establish a quorum a little easier.
Can I get we have a motion for approval, have a second. Was that an ordinance? Waive the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to administration amending section 2-3-13-382 and creating section 2-3-13-385, division 2-3-13, article 2-3, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2005, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adjusting the allocation of membership for the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Mayor's Commission on the Status of Women, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
So please vote.
This is something you like. You're the
Yeah.
mayor.
Motion carries 5-0. Item 47, consider an ordinance pertaining to administration, creating Section 2311, 372, Division 2311 of Article 23, Chapter 2, Lot City Code 2015, relating to boards, commissions, and committees by adding language to allow for participating alternate members for the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Committee, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Mayor, motion to approve.
Move for approve, waive the reading of the ordinance, and read the title only? Okay. Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to administration, creating Section 2-3-11-372, Division 2-3-11, Article 2-3, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to the Capital Improvement Program Advisory Committee by adding language to allow for participating alternate members, providing for severability, providing for codification, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote.
My vocal cords will work out.
Motion carries 5-0. Bringing up staff reports, provide City Council with an update on the FY 2023 audit process, and please include the status of the 22.
Council and Mayor, the 22 has been filed with the state of Oklahoma, and 2023, since our last update, we have the pension board was at 1/3. We're at 90% now. So within the next 2 weeks, the pension board will be turned over to the auditors. And then on the financial audit, we have 4 remaining components. We're on track to turn it over on August 1st as planned. August 1st to the auditors. They'll have it completed by October.
Have it updated, is code for turned into the state?
In October, correct.
In October. Okay. All right. Questions?
Sounds good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 50, receive a report from staff regarding the status of the program to install signage regarding panhandling and take action as deemed necessary. Christie. All right.
All right. Okay, we're going to make this short and sweet. We started this process back in February. We drafted an ordinance. It went to legal. It kind of sat there. We were also waiting on the Homeless Action Committee to be established. It just got members June 11th. So we're ready to take that ordinance to them once legal reviews. This is a sign. The latest legal opinion we received said the sign can be installed without the supporting ordinance. So here we are. We do have 8 sign locations proposed, and 3 locations, 8 signs. Those are the red dots. We can build right now up to 12 signs, multiple signs at locations. The bigger the intersections, basically the more signs there are. We could have 12 signs installed within 2 weeks, but after more than that, we would have to actually order more sign blades and stuff like that. So we could get you 8 signs up within 2 weeks.
Thank you for bringing that back. It looks good. Let's get some more signs ordered. We got a lot of locations to put them in.
Yeah, and then we'll plan on bringing it to the committee.
Get more signs done, or?
Okay. Questions?
Okay, sir.
Looks like we're happy. Oh, did you? Go
I
ahead.
do have one comment about the signs. If we go over the 12 signs right now, it is a 90-day wait to get the signs in so that we can start building them.
Okay. You're not going to say anything about even more in 24?
We're going to do even more signs in
Okay,
2024.
thank you. All right.
I don't think the panel.
All right, do I have a motion to go to executive session?
So moved, Mayor.
Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Call the roll, please.
Uyghur?
Yes.
Williams?
Yes.
Hankins? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton?
John's, based on what I drafted.
Hey, Bob.
Hold on. I'm gonna get your signature.
I got to sign something.
So this is based on
All right,
what you
thank
read.
you.
Right.
So there's that. That's
right here.
yours. And then we'll hand that over to John. Okay. There we go. And then we'll get the mayor's signature here. Mayor?
That's all you need?
That's all I need on that one. And I will hand that over
Hey,
to John.
Jason.
Thanks, sir.
What's the difference?
So these, well, basically, these are the ones that we normally have. What we found is that sometimes people are trying to get to the stage at the last minute, like they come in at 8 o'clock after the roads have passed. That's the red ones.
Okay.
So you can come in with this one, with the red one. If you come to Fort Sill and Cash, and I'll send an email on this, and Fort Sill is already aware of this. Fort Sill and Cash will have someone posted there, you show them the red one, they'll let you through.
Okay.
Because before, they were shutting down all the roads, and they're like, I'm trying to get there.
Okay, so these are good before 8.
Yep.
These are good after 8.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. It's up to the council. Yeah.
They talked about that, but they never formally adopted it. Well, or change to some other. Really? Whoa. That is crazy. I didn't know that you've been covering it that long. system. So, yeah, so we're going to try to close that loophole so people can use it as a way to get rid of unwanted stuff. Yeah, because right now, there's no repercussions. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, yep.
Okay. We're back from executive session. Somebody make a motion. We have a motion to come back in and a second. Please call the roll.
Williams,
Yes, present.
Hankins, Gill,
Drop 5-0. Here.
Hampton, Uyghur.
Okay, we have our quorum. Executive session item number 51. John.
Pull it up. I don't know why I wasn't ready. Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25, we convened an executive session to discuss pending action with DEQ concerning notice violation issued by DEQ to the city. No action was taken. How much detail do you need on that? Yeah, no action was taken.
Okay, Mr. Gill makes a motion to adjourn. Mr. Uyghur seconds it. Please call the roll.
That was fast.
Hankins, Gill,
Yes.
Hampton,
Yes.
Uyghur,
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
We stand adjourned.
Good job, Mayor.
All right. See you guys later.
I'll see you at the...
Okay. I will be there.
We're not going to the bar, we're going to a birthday party.
Oh, okay. We hung out at the VFW on Saturday. The mayor got to meet my dad. My dad
Really?
came out, yeah.
Where's your dad live?
Edmond. So